Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku joined Luffy's journey? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is HEROE PIRATA by Haunterdino. Darkness. Darkness was what surrounded the country known as the Land of the Rising Sun. The darkness that surrounded Japan was so dangerous that it slowly extinguished the light that illuminated the country. But small lights continued to fight against that great darkness. Lightning bolts struck from the sky next to a huge technological island. Beneath all that chaos, in the ruins of a city, were two figures illuminated by the falling lightning. Izuku Midoriya had the responsibility on his shoulders of the 8 predecessors of One for All to defeat the second wielder of All for One at this moment. His head was spinning. The voices of his ancestors grew fainter and fainter as all he saw was darkness that seemed to last forever. In an instant, that darkness turned into a great light that completely blinded him. Izuku Midoriya blinked several times as he gazed at a blue sky. "Izuku, what happened?" he murmured as he sat down and sand fell from his body. "The sea," he said, gazing before him at a vast, dreamlike blue sea. The green-haired boy stood up, but a few moments later his body trembled and he fell to his knees. Izuku sighed. It seemed his body was still feeling the effects of his battle against Tamura Shigaraki. Izuku sat on the beach sand to let his body rest while he gazed peacefully at the sea. A tranquility he hadn't felt for a few months. "Izuku, where in the world am I? Did that last attack throw me here? How is everyone else?" he wondered amid murmurs. After about an hour, the green-haired boy was able to walk calmly. He began walking around the island looking for some kind of food. If he wanted to leave the island, he would need to regain his energy. "Izuku un pueblo," he said, looking at several structures in the distance. "Okay, we don't know where we are, but I know a little English, so it should be easy to communicate, right?" he murmured to himself, encouraging himself as he walked to the village. The green-haired boy arrived at the village after walking for a few minutes. Izuku felt the gazes of the inhabitants, but after a few moments he was ignored, much to his confusion. "Izuku, old Japanese." That was the thought of the green-haired boy as he listened to several inhabitants talking amongst themselves. "Am I on an island within the territory of Japan?" It was the green-haired ones passing as he walked through the town. Izuku walked along what appeared to be the main street of the town. The green-haired boy saw several stalls selling maps, clothes, food, or jewelry. "Izuku, how much are the apples?" I asked a woman. 15 berries, the young apple, the woman said, much to Izuku's confusion. "Izuku, berries," he murmured so the woman would see him looking at her strangely. "Thank you," he said. He was leaving. "What a strange young man," the woman said, watching Izuku leave. "Izuku, berries. Perhaps this island was acquired through trades." Most likely, it was the green-haired boy's confused thought. The green-haired boy sighed as he stopped and heard his stomach rumble. Should he look for berries so he could eat something? But then a shout from the center of the island caught everyone's attention, including the green-haired boys. "Pirates! Pirates!" Izuku noticed how everyone was starting to hide their belongings while others were preparing by taking out antique firearms. Izuku knew that pirates still existed who attacked merchant ships in the middle of the sea, but he thought there weren't any in Japan because of heroes like Gran Orca. Izuku headed towards the coast, dodging the people running through the village. Once he could see the east coast, he was surprised to see a pirate ship just like in the history books. A flag with a skull and crossbones, cannons, men with long beards and tattoos, and a captain who stood out from the rest. Izuku, a group of villains. That was the most logical thing the green-haired boy thought when he saw the pirates. "Kid, go to the shelter," a man shouted, holding a machete in one hand. "The Navy will take a few hours to arrive." "Izuku, the Navy," he said, confused. That wasn't the name used by the forces of Mexico and perhaps the United States. It was the green-haired boy's confused thought. At that moment, the green-haired boy saw the pirate ship anchor at the island. Izuku saw the villagers preparing to defend themselves. They were scared. Izuku put on his mask to get ready. "Attention everyone," the pirate captain shouted to the townspeople. "Now you and your belongings belong to me." To Captain Redin, I shouted so that silence could be heard throughout the place. "Why aren't they celebrating?" "It's someone with a 5 million berries bounty," a young man murmured fearfully. Redden, apparently they don't know who's in charge here. I shout to Smile, keep them. So that others can learn. I order your men. The pirates shouted as they drew their swords and feints, confident they would be no match for the household tools carried by the villagers. But then something fell between the two sides, causing everyone to fear for their lives. Izuku, I won't let anyone kill anyone. He said this so that the pirates would take a step back in fear. Redden, what do you think you're doing? Is there only one of you? Are you all even more idiotic? Motivated by their captain, the pirates launched an attack on the green-haired man. Redden frowned, watching as all his men lay unconscious, adorning the beach. Redden, if you want a good job, you have to do it yourself, he murmured, quickly pulling out a gun and shooting the green-haired man. A little more and Redden's eyes would have popped out of their sockets when he saw the green-haired boy stop the bullet with his hand. Redden panicked and wanted to draw his sword, but then a blow to the back of his neck was enough when Izuku appeared behind him. Izuku, I need to find something to tie it with, he said without concern, while the townspeople were in shock at how easily a crew could be destroyed by a man worth 5 million berries. Izuku had a bead of sweat on his brow as he watched the villagers keep the pirates' weapons while he made sure they didn't try to escape. Greedy. Everything these pirates own belongs to the young man who defeated them. Useless. The old man shouted to the villagers, who smiled nervously. We need weapons. If they attack us again, we can defend ourselves better without the Navy's help. A man shouted, making the old man grunt. Don't even think about taking the jewels or the gold. That belongs to the young man. The old man shouted so that the men would nod several times. Izuku, apparently, this isn't the first time they've been attacked by pirates, that was the green-haired boy's thought. The Navy has arrived, a young man shouted from the beach. The green-haired man watched as a group of at least 10 men boarded the pirate ship. They all wore white suits with caps bearing the word, Marine. Were you the one who defeated Redden? He seemed to be the leader of the group, asking the green-haired man. Izuku, take Redden and his crew to the ship. The leader ordered the other Marines to begin carrying out the order, come with me. Izuku silently followed the Marine towards the ship. The green-haired boy boarded the Marine vessel, which appeared ready for a battle at any moment. Take, the Marine said, handing a piece of paper to the green-haired man. It's a Redden reward check, you can redeem it at one of the Navy bases. Izuku, thank you. Izuku sighed as he gazed at the sea. He had traded several of the jewels he had acquired on Redden's ship for food in the village. The jewels could have been worth much more, so he traded them, but the villagers forced him to accept them. Izuku, what do I do now? I asked if they knew about Japan, and they told me they knew nothing. Even those Marines told me they didn't know of any island with that name. He said, hiding his face in his knees. Where am I? Can I go home? Can I see Mom again? The green-haired boy, after a few minutes, stood up and slapped himself in the face. He mustn't be weak at this moment. If he wants to know if he can go home, he must be strong. He mustn't let the situation get him down. He must keep going, with or without a smile. The green-haired boy stretched a couple of times after standing up and, with a black whip, grabbed the backpack where he had several things. From the backpack, he took out a map, which he looked at for a few moments before putting it away. Izuku put on his mask and began to fly over the sea. Even though he knew very little about this new world, he couldn't stay in one place. Staying in one place meant he wouldn't know if there was a chance of returning home. The green-haired one let out a sigh after a couple of hours of peaceful travel and finally being able to touch down on solid ground. Izuku, it seems I'm on Organ Island, he said to put the map in his backpack. I'm going to take a break from flying. For so many hours, he was saying, but then he saw a huge explosion destroy part of the city. The green-haired boy saw a ship with a pirate flag and frowned. He already knew one thing. Pirates were seen very frequently. Izuku moved across the rooftops of Orange City with speed and agility until he reached an area that resembled a circus or something similar. The green-haired boy hid in the shadows. Attacking without knowing your opponent could be a great risk. Izuku watched as those circus pirates were about to execute a boy in a cage. Apparently, his executioner was going to be a girl with orange hair, but in an instant, the girl started fighting the circus pirates until a boy with lighter green hair than his arrived on the scene and cut a clown to pieces. Izuku, okay. His hand doesn't tremble when he kills, he thought as he watched the green-haired man slice the clown to pieces with his katanas. But that shouldn't be a blood and organ festival, he thought to notice something. Zoro! Get me out of here! The boy in the cage screamed. Zoro, go! What's up with these two? It was the thought of the redhead as she looked at her two companions. Zoro, their captain just died, but they can't stop laughing. He said, trying to notice something. You can't get out. I don't have the key, and I can't cut the iron. Well, that's something. The boy inside the cage said. Zoro, what are you laughing at? Give me the key. I don't want to have to kill you. What's wrong with them? The boy in the cage asked, confused. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the area, followed by a cry of pain. Zoro and his companions saw the pirate he had killed, rising in pieces as he floated, screaming in agony. Capitan Buggy. The pirates screamed as they saw their captain being attacked when he was about to use his star trick. Buggy, it hurts, my little hand hurts. I screamed, floating in pieces, while shaking my hand. Zoro, what the hell? He said, confused, watching as the clown rejoined the group. Look, Zoro over there. The boy in the cage shouted, pointing with his feet. Zoro, it's not game time, Luffy. That's a monster, the orange-haired girl said, taking a step back. Seeing his companions and opponents retreating in fear, Zoro decided to investigate. He, too, was surprised to see who was watching them from afar. Izuku, can you tell me? He said, to everyone's surprise, when he appeared sitting on Luffy's cage. Who destroyed the city? The pirate, Star Clown. Buggy swallowed hard when he saw Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro and that orange bitch pointing at him. He had seen monsters in power and appearance, and Buggy could safely say that he fell into both categories. Buggy snapped out of his thoughts when a black thing grabbed him and most of his crew, slamming them to the ground in seconds. Luffy, incredible. Someone with a $15 million bounty being treated like this, the orange-haired girl said in surprise. Buggy, Moji, Kabaji, come on, idiots. Buggy's head screamed as it emerged from among the bodies of his subordinates. Izuku, it reminds me of Tokage's quirk, he thought, remembering the battles they had against Class B. Zoro, it looks like we'll have to fight, he said, getting ready, when he saw a man on top of a lion arrive next to one on a unicycle. Moji, what happened, Captain Buggy? Buggy, she shouted, pointing with her floating hand at Izuku and the others. They happened. Luffy, hey, I want to fight too, I screamed while kicking the cage. Zoro, idiot, we don't have the key, I screamed just to see the cage door being ripped off by one of those black things. Luffy, yes, he screamed as he ran out to tear apart the rope that tied him up. Thank you, green boy, I yelled to make Izuku tilt his head a little. While you take care of them, I'll go get the map, said the orange-haired girl, quickly retreating. Zoro, there are 3 of us, 1 for each of us. Luffy, I'll take care of the clown, he said, bumping his fist against his palm. Izuku, the lion guy. Zoro, then I'll take care of the one that's left. Luffy, Gomu Gomu no gun, he yelled, stretching out his arm and taking Buggy by surprise, who punched him in the face, sending him flying backwards. Capitan Buggy, Gritarin Moji Ikabaji. But then Moji saw everything go dark, and the next instant a sharp pain in his head made him unconscious. Izuku released Moji's head after slamming it to the ground in an instant. The green-haired boy noticed how the lion Moji was riding fled after their eyes met. Zoro, he's strong and fast. What kind of person is he? He thought as he pushed back Kabaji with his katanas. Buggy, so you ate a devil fruit too, the scream split as it floated. Luffy, yes, I ate the Gomu Gomu no mi. Buggy, Gyahahahaha, then it's no match for my devil fruit. No match for the bara bara fruit. He said this so that Luffy could punch him in the face again when he stretched out his fist. Luffy, you talk too much, red nose. Izuku, Akuma no mi, so that's what the powers are called here, he thought after listening to both Akuma no mi users. Zoro, Santoryu. Onigiri, he said, appearing behind Kabaji, causing him to fall to the ground with 3 cuts on his body. Kabaji, how could I lose to a thief? He said before losing consciousness. Zoro, I'm not a thief, he said, sheathing his katanas. I'm a pirate. Buggy, ha ha ha, do you think this stupid hat is your treasure? I asked mockingly after piercing Luffy's hat with some knives. Luffy, I promised Shanks I'd give him back that hat. Buggy, what? You mean this hat belongs to Shanks? I knew it looked familiar. Shanks and I used to be in the same boat when we were young, or rather, we used to be friends when we were trying to become pirates. Luffy, Shanks is a great man. Angry shout, you say they were friends. Buggy, bara bara kinku dasa. I scream, separating my head from my body. Luffy, don't compare yourself to him. I screamed, hitting Buggy in the stomach instead of his head, causing him to fall to the ground. You've destroyed my treasure, he said as Buggy coughed. You even spat on him. Buggy, ah, stop it now, stop. I screamed as Luffy cleaned his hat with his face. Luffy, what's wrong with you? It's your own saliva. I screamed. See to take Buggy's face. Don't you ever say you're Shanks' friend again. Buggy, just he said this so that Luffy would punch him in the face again. Luffy, as if I were going to leave you. Izuku, why did I let him get up? He thought as he watched Luffy let Buggy stand up. Buggy, since I was born, nobody has bothered me as much as him. That guy stole my most precious treasure. I'll never be able to forgive him. Izuku, are you seriously going to let me tell you all that? Luffy, to be honest, I'm not interested. He said, watching as Buggy started talking to himself. Gomu Gomu no bazooka. Buggy, it all started when he said this only so that Luffy's hands would hit his chest. Buggy was sent flying by Luffy's punch, several parts of his body separating. Zoro shook his head, seeing how unrealistic a fight between two devil fruit users could be. Just then, the orange-haired girl arrived, dragging a large bag. Luffy, we won. I shout with my arms in the air. Hey. The Grand Line map. A deal is a deal, the orange-haired girl said so that Luffy would take it and celebrate. Luffy, thank you Nami, so you're finally my navigator. He said this so that the girl would let out a sigh. As I'm just going to give you a hand, okay. Maybe if I stay with you guys I can get quite a bit of money. Buggy had lots of treasure. The girl said, hugging the bag. My dream of getting 100 million berries is coming true. I'm going to divide the treasure into 2 sacks so you can help me carry it. It's very heavy. She said this to make Luffy notice her going towards Izuku, which made her nervous. Izuku looked curiously at the boy who smiled at him and pointed at him. Luffy, joined my crew. He said this so that Izuku raised an eyebrow and Zoro let out a sigh. Zoro, you're the captain. Do what you want, he said it to make Luffy laugh. Izuku, it's not against my ideals, he said, drawing Nami's attention, while dividing the treasures into 2 sacks, causing Luffy to frown. Although I've broken most of them, he thought, trying to stay on the right path. Luffy, no. I refuse to let you refuse. He said it to make Zoro laugh. Besides, what are your ideas? He said, causing Izuku to sigh. You, a man shouted, followed by a crowd. Are they pirates? Luffy, yes, we are, he said it to make Zoro laugh. Us, you're an idiot. Luffy, but it's the truth. Izuku, they lumped me in with them, he thought wearily as he watched the citizens' reaction. Luffy, see you later. He screamed, grabbing one of the treasure sacks and running out with Nami, Zoro, and Izuku, who had no other choice if he didn't want to be publicly executed. Us, a dog? I screamed when they entered an alley. Huh. He said, watching as the dog let them pass but not the other citizens. Near Organ Island, 2 small boats were sailing away from Orange City Harbor. Us and your boat? Izuku, don't have. Us, and how did you get to the island? I don't think you'd let Buggy do whatever he wanted with your city. I yelled at Izuku, but he didn't answer, making the girl let out an annoyed huff. Guys, wait a moment. An old man shouted from the dock next to the dog that was helping them escape. Luffy, huh? An old man and his dog. Thank you. I owe you one. I screamed through tears as the dog howled. Us, what? You left a bag of treasure behind. You left half of it there. That was over 5 million berries. Luffy, yes, because of the destruction of the city that we caused. Us, but it was mine. Luffy, stop. Stop. I can't do anything. If you want him so much, why don't you go back for him? He screamed, preventing Nami from knocking him off the ship. Us, how am I going back? You idiot. If you even think about doing that again, I'll kill you. Zoro just laughed while Izuku let out a small sigh as he thought about what he should do. Luffy, fixed. He shouted, holding his hat in his hand. Us that way it won't break anymore, he said, putting away some needles. As long as you don't tighten them too much, it'll be fine. Luffy, I can't believe it. You fixed it for me, Nami, thank you so much. I screamed when he pierced it with his finger so Nami could see it. Ups. Are you not listening to me? I screamed while pricking Luffy's forehead with the needle. Luffy, ah, you pricked me with the needle, he shouted, rubbing his forehead. As if I hit you, it won't even hurt, so a prick is the best thing. Luffy, seen that way, it's true. Zoro, you are very noisy, he said, waking up. You're keeping me awake and I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat? They're very strange. They take themselves very seriously when they talk about pirates, but they don't bring water or food. They have no idea what life is like at sea. Luffy, oh, I see something. They are lucky to still be alive. Zoro, okay, stop complaining. Luffy, hey, it's an island. There's nothing on that island. It's a deserted island. It's a waste of time to go there. Izuku, they're going that way. But where are you going? Luffy, will anyone join us? I asked, rowing towards the island in his boat accompanied by Zoro. Zoro, I don't know, but at least we'll find food. Nami's right, we should have brought something to eat. Quick, row, we have to catch those two. He said this to make Izuku raise an eyebrow from under his mask. Luffy, we've arrived, he said, getting out of his boat. There's nothing here, just trees. I already told you, if you're looking for friends, this isn't the place. Luffy, come on Zoro, come down now. I yelled to see Zoro sleeping in the boat, sleeping again. He said, annoyed, trying unsuccessfully to wake Zoro. Okay, let's go. Where are you going? Luffy, there might be someone in the forest. I already told you there's no one there, just animals at most. Did he say he was following Luffy to see a fox? What was that? Izuku, a fox with a panda's head and a chicken crest. Luffy, look at this. A mutant rabbit. I scream, with a snake with a rabbit ear. I'd say it's a mutant snake. Luffy, and that lion, he said, pointing to a pig with lion-like fur, after releasing the snake. You meant pig, right? Izuku, an island where experiments were released, murmuring as they watched the combination of animals. Get out of here, a voice said. Luffy, what's that? A voice. Who are you? Me, I am the protector of this forest. The voice said. Luffy, protector? If you value your lives, you'd better get out of the forest. The voice said, you're pirates, aren't you? Luffy, so what does it matter to the protector of the forest? Listen, do you want to die? If you continue going deeper, you will face the judgment of the forest. The voice said. Luffy, who would want that? What a question. What's going on? Luffy, what a weird guy. What did you say? The voice said with. Why don't you go out? Luffy, where are you? He said, looking for the owner of the voice. Hey, don't come any closer. I screamed, my voice, prepare for the trial of the forest. The voice said, so that the sound of a gunshot could be heard. Nami quickly took cover when the shot rang out, only to see Luffy searching for where the shot came from, and Izuku with his arm outstretched in a closed fist. What a scare. Was that a gunshot? I ask, so that Izuku opens his fist and a bullet falls out. Can you catch bullets? Izuku, what did you just see? Luffy, genial. Who are they? The voice said nervously. Luffy, and what about you? He said he was going to go into some bushes. I was coming from here. Look, the gun is there, he said, pointing to the gun, that it was in front of a chest with something sticking out of it. Luffy, what is this? It's very strange. He said this so that some feet would emerge from his chest and he would run away. It's moving. I yelled for the chest to fall. Hey, levanted me. The voice that came from the chest screamed. He's a man. Lift me up. The man in the chest said, moving his feet. Do you give orders without being able to move? Luffy, is he a dwarf? Devil fruits. I'd heard of them, but I didn't know anyone who'd eaten one. Gaimon, said the man in the chest. Luffy, neither did I keep anyone in a chest. Did you grow up there? Gaimon, when I was little. Hey, that's none of your business. I got stranded here by accident. I've been on this island for 20 years now, do you understand? 20 years old, all by yourself. Gaimon, yes, 20 years. Luffy, you're crazy. Gaimon, don't insult me. 20 years is a long time. Just look at all the hair I have, even in my eyebrows. I haven't spoken to humans in years. He said, looking at the three of them. "Ah. What are you doing? Luffy, I'll get you out of there," I screamed, pulling Gaiman's jaw. "Gaiman, stop. You're going to pull my head out. It's useless. I've been stuck in here for 20 years. My body has molded itself to the shape of the chest. You can't pull me out," I yelled to get Luffy to turn around and look at Izuku. "Luffy, break the chest." He said this so that Izuku could shake his head. But why are you still here? Gaiman, you told me they're pirates, right?" he said, much to Nami's annoyance for ignoring her question. Luffy, yes, there are 4 of us now. Izuku, oh really? He sighed wearily. Gaiman, I used to be a pirate. Luffy, really? Gaiman, I had a great time. I had many adventures, I wasn't afraid of anything. Luffy, do you have a treasure map? I have the Grand Line map. My goal is to get the One Piece. Gaiman, what did you say? The One Piece. Are you seriously heading to the Grand Line? I ask Luffy. I show him the map. Where's the Grand Line? Luffy, don't you know? Gaiman, I have no idea how to read a map. Luffy, in serio. Shishi. This doesn't sound like a conversation between pirates, he said with a drop of sweat as he took the map from Luffy. Attention. You know the Red Line, right? Gaiman, it is the continent that cuts through the sea and is perpendicular to the Grand Line, he said, reminiscing. Exactly. Our planet is divided into 2 parts. The continent that cuts through the sea is called the Red Line, and the route that circles the world and is perpendicular to the Red Line is called the Grand Line. According to legend, the only person who has crossed the Grand Line is Gold Roger. This route is also known as the most dangerous route in the world. Izuku was surprised by what the orange-haired girl had said. He hadn't said anything before. There was nothing to say. This was new information. And yet again, it was confirmed that he wasn't on his planet anymore. Izuku, calm down. Panicking won't fix anything. He paused, then let out a sigh. Luffy, also, the One Piece is supposedly hidden somewhere on the Grand Line. So we'll have to cross the world to get it. Gaiman, don't be an idiot. It's not that easy. It's also known as the Pirate Graveyard. I've seen many pirates fleeing from that place. It was as if they had lost the will to live. And their faces said something, as if they had seen something horrible, like a horrible pirate or some kind of monster. None of them said anything, but just seeing them was enough to know how horrible the Grand Line can be. And about the One Piece, it's possible that it's just a myth. It's been 20 years since the Great Pirate Era began and no one has found it yet. Come on, the One Piece is just a dream. Luffy, do you think so? You never know. I think the best thing would be to take a good haul and escape. Luffy, but I'm a lucky guy, he said with a smile. Yes, but not forever. Gaiman, do you know why I can't leave this island? Izuku, why are you in a chest? He said this to make Nami turn to look at him. He had forgotten about him. Gaiman, that's it. I still have something to do on this island, that's why I can't leave. Luffy, what? Gaiman, 20 years ago, we had a map that said there was treasure on this island. My crew and I searched for that treasure for a week, finding only empty chests, until I found it. I couldn't believe it, but then I fell from where the chests were and got stuck in an empty chest, losing consciousness. When I woke up, my friends were gone. I thought all the treasure was mine, but I couldn't get out of the chest and take it. And nobody has passed through here in 20 years. Gaiman, yes, some, though not many. Besides, they were all pirates, and I haven't let any of them near the Forest Judgment. I still haven't been able to get the day I saw the treasures out of my head. But I've been stuck here for 20 years. I've been protecting them for a long time. They're mine. Luffy, yes, without a doubt. As I understand, we brought those treasures down for you. Gaiman, really? That would be great. Izuku, you're a very bad thief. What are you implying? I know what's right and wrong. I yelled to make Izuku roll his eyes. Gaiman, it's been a while since I've been here, he said, standing in front of a large wall. The treasure is at the top. Luffy, why now? Why didn't you ask someone before? Gaiman, well, because no one I could trust had ever come through here before, or because no one had ever tried to talk to me. Finally, the wait is over. This is a great day for me. All right, go for it, he said, touching Luffy's shoulder. Luffy, aren't you coming? I can't climb it, it's too high, I yelled at her so that she would open her eyes wide. Luffy, incredible, you can fly. Izuku, and he said as he floated to the top of the rock. As he was reaching the top of the rock, a hand grabbed Izuku by the neck. Gaimon and Nami expected him to fall, but no, Luffy was the one who climbed the rock, holding onto Izuku's neck. The green-haired boy sighed as the Straw Hat laughed. Izuku, oh, he said, looking at the chests as Luffy took one. Luffy, I've found it. I shout with a chest on the edge of the rock. There are 5 chests. Gaimon, great. Can you throw it down here? But don't hit me. Ha ha ha. Luffy, no. He said, to Gaimon's shock. Gaimon, what? Us, what do you mean? No. Stop joking around and lower the chests. Luffy, no. I don't want to. Us, come on. You're going too far. Gaimon, leave it. If he doesn't want to lower them. Us, what are you saying? Those treasures are. Gaimon, dude, you're a really good person. She said, tears streaming down her face. Us, what do you mean? Gaimon, I understand. Perhaps it's true. I had thought of that before. However, I didn't want to give up. Those chests are empty, aren't they? Us, what? Luffy, yes, all the chests are empty. Gaimon, that always happens with treasures, he said, his face curving. When we obtained that treasure's amulet, it had surely already passed through someone's hands. So you've been guarding some empty chests for 20 years. Luffy, ha ha ha, don't be sad. You're lucky we came when you were 20. If no one had come in 30 years, you would surely have died. Gaimon, hey. Us, Luffy. Luffy, we still have one piece. Join me. Gaimon, are you asking me to be your nakama? I asked through tears, looking at Luffy. At that moment, the large rock where Luffy was standing shattered into pieces, causing him to fall off. A great golden light was seen as the rock fragments fell to the ground, along with Luffy. Gaimon, thank you for your invitation, but I cannot leave this island. It has been my home for 20 years. She said, wearing a golden crown on her head that shone brightly. As the treasure was inside the rock, she murmured in surprise. Gaimon, people who come here want to take the animals. I've grown fond of them, so I'll use the treasure to protect them. Luffy, she's do what you want chest type. He said this so that Gaimon would let out a sigh. Gaimon, you'll be a great pirate when you get the one piece. Don't forget about me. Luffy, shishi claro, he shouted from aboard his boat. And so they set sail once more for their new destination, leaving behind the great fighter and future millionaire Gaimon. Us, what? The orange-haired girl's scream was when Izuku dropped his backpack on the ground and it fell open, revealing several things made of gold. Luffy, oh. Gaimon is giving us gold in addition to apples, he said with a smile, ready to laugh. Nami was about to grab a couple of gold objects, but then some black whips grabbed all the objects and put them in their backpack, causing the orange-haired girl to give Izuku a dirty look, which he didn't care about. Us, you are very reckless, he said, trying to forget about the gold items in Izuku's backpack. Luffy, what? Us, do you want to go to the Grand Line under these conditions? Luffy, yes. Gaimon has given us plenty of fruit. But I want some meat. As I'm not talking about the food. Zoro, of course, we also need sake. As no. I shouted angrily at the attitude of both of them. The Grand Line is the most dangerous place in the world, and there are many other pirates searching for the One Piece. Their ships will be immense. A ship without equipment or supplies will not last long on the Grand Line. Luffy, they have nakamas, right? Us, yes. Not only do we lack a crew, but our ships are also poorly equipped. There's no way to get there safely. Luffy, I see we need a chef, and a musician too. Zoro, a musician? He said, then burst out laughing. Luffy, so what do we do? You say they stupid, he said, letting out a heavy sigh and turning his gaze back to the map. We need to think about the future. We'll go south. There's a town there where we can buy some things. Ideally, we should look for a good ship. Luffy and meat. I yelled so that Nami would sigh. Us, do you understand the seriousness of the situation? I asked Izuku only to get no answer. Luffy, oh. Well, there was an island after all. He said, getting out of the boat. As I already told you, it appears on the map, so it's normal that it's here. Luffy, is there a town on the island? Us, yes, but it's a small one. Luffy, there's meat in that town, right? He said, drooling, as he approached Nami. Can't you think of anything other than meat? I asked, annoyed. Zoro, it had been a long time since I'd set foot on solid ground, he said as he stretched. Luffy, of course, you're always sleeping. Zoro I wonder who those are. He said, looking towards a small mountain. Ah, they have seen us. A voice cried out from the mountain, frightened A Dodney Vice Cobardes. The owner of the voice shouted, noticing how the pirates were looking at him. I'm Usopp, the best pirate in town. Everyone here calls me Captain Usopp. If you're thinking of taking this village, I recommend you save your strength, otherwise my 80 million men will massacre you. Izuku, if he gets a little closer, All for One's army will catch up to him, he thought with a touch of humor to ignore the current situation. Luffy incredible, as it's a lie, right? Usopp she found me out. Us look, he said it himself he said, pointing at Luffy, while laughing. Usopp don't laugh at me, I'm so proud of my lies, that's why everyone calls me, Proud Usopp. At a restaurant in the village. Usopp what? Stasis looking for crewmates. And a big ship. Luffy and he said, biting into a piece of meat. Usopp with that you can have adventures. If you want a ship, I can tell you where to get one. Us really? Usopp there's a mansion in the village. They have plenty of money and a boat. The owner is a girl, and all she does is sleep because she's almost always sick. Us huh, and what's a girl doing with a mansion? Luffy I want more meat. Zoro and more beer. Usopp are you listening to me? He said, as if to sit back down. You see, last year her parents passed away and she inherited everything, the house, the money, and the servants. But even with so much money, she doesn't seem happy at all, he said with an annoyed sigh. Us well, let's find another boat in the next town. Luffy okay. Anyway, we're not going to the Grand Line yet and we've already eaten. Let's buy some meat and then we'll go. Usopp you said earlier that you were looking for nakamas, right? Luffy are you saying that because of someone? Usopp I can be the captain. Thanks but no. The four of them said. Izuku remained silent for a few seconds. Why had he answered too? Usopp si ni sequera los han pensado. Here we are. We are the pirates of Usopp. Three children shouted at the real pirates. Us who are they? Luffy I have an idea. He said, finishing his juice. Ninjin the captain is not here. Onion have they already killed him? He said nervously. Heeman pirates. Where is our captain? Bring him back. Luffy uff the meat was good he said this after finishing his juice, rubbing his stomach. Meat. The captain's meat. The three terrified children screamed, making Nami giggle. Heeman what have you done to him? Onion is our captain. Zoro we haven't eaten it yet. Ah, a witch. The three children shouted upon seeing Nami. Us why are you looking at me? I shouted angrily, turning to look at Zoro it's your fault. I screamed as the swordsman laughed. Heeman has he left? Zoro he said it was time to leave and left without another word. Heeman perhaps it's time for him to go to the mansion. As to the girl's mansion. Ninja and Luffy and what is he doing there? Ninja he's going to lie. Luffy to lie. But that's not right. Heeman no. No, actually it's good, isn't it? Onion yes, very, very good. He said, leaving Luffy confused. Izuku returned to the boats, unlike the other three who went to look for Usopp. Why hadn't he separated from the group? Easy. He didn't know anything about navigation. He had arrived at Organ Island purely by luck after hours, and apparently Nami was an expert in that field. Izuku since I arrived, I've only used one for all a little bit, he murmured as he stretched a little. Green rays appeared around Izuku's body, then vanished. The green-haired boy felt the one for all flowing through him and kicked the sea, creating a wave. The last thing he wanted was to attract attention. The green-haired boy opened his eyes and sighed. He had tried to get some sleep, but it was almost impossible after everything he had been through. He could only rest his body by disconnecting from the world, but it wasn't the same as sleeping. Come on people, destroy the whole town and then the mansion. Yes Captain. Izuku heard both screams clearly, only to see a ship anchor next to the boats and a large number of pirates with some cat-like features disembark. The pirates stopped for a moment to look at the green-haired boy and let out a sigh. Izuku what a time we've arrived at, he said, with one kick, you can send several pirates flying without any problems. Captain Django, a scared pirate screamed, he is very strong. Eat who are you? I shouted in surprise, I hadn't seen him yesterday when he came to town. Usopp too. I shout, breathing heavily. From the top of the climb you were with Luffy, I screamed, recognizing Izuku by his clothes. With the mask, he looked like a different person. Izuku didn't answer Usopp and with a kick to the jaw knocked out another of the pirates. "Eat, what are you doing? He's just a kid," he yelled for one of his subordinates to fly to his side. Izuku dodged weapon cuts and gunfire with ease, knocking out the pirates without further trouble. For the former hero, this was easy compared to everything he had experienced. "Us, well done," I screamed to the side of Usopp, "well done protecting the treasures." The truth is, Izuku had money. The marine check and the gold items from Gaimon were in his backpack. How much money did he have in his backpack? "Eat, look here," he shouted so Izuku could see him move a pendant. "When I do the 1, 2 Django, you'll clear the way. 1, 2 I got sand in my mouth," I screamed when Izuku kicked the sand towards him. Izuku continued knocking out pirates with ease, refraining from killing any himself. Then, the captain of these pirates ordered them to head for the village, prompting Nami and Usopp to prepare for battle. Izuku let them go, giving them hope of completing their objective. He could catch them in a second, so they wouldn't achieve their goal. But then, all the pirates were knocked out. "Zoro, what was that?" Luffy who knows. "I'm really angry. Zoro, you damn witch. How dare you leave me behind like that? Luffy, you Usopp imbecile. Next time tell me where North is." "Eat, who are you?" he said, backing away in fear. All his men had been defeated. "Usopp, you are so strong," he said this after seeing how Zoro and Luffy easily took out the pirates while he couldn't even stop one. "Luffy and Usopp, hope you're happy. They took their time. He's been doing everything," I shout, pointing at Izuku who had just knocked out the last pirate. "Zoro, you're the one who left me stranded on that damn hill." "Us, that was an accident. What should I have done? It's better that one of us fell than both of us." "Zoro, then you should have fallen. Luffy and you don't expect to know which direction is north and which isn't." "Usopp, what? You're the one who ran off like you knew exactly where you were going." "Luffy, that doesn't matter. Eat shit. Come down now, NYABAN brothers," I scream in despair. Then two figures in cat costumes got off the Black Cat Pirates ship. "Eat, here are the Hyaban brothers." "At your service, Captain Django," the watchman of Siam said. "At your service," said the watchman Butchie. "Us, who are those people?" Usopp, wow. They landed from that height like cats. "Luffy, I've fought with bigger cats," he said with his arms crossed. "Eat, Butchie. Siam, we have to get through this hill no matter what. As you can see, there are people blocking it. Take care of them." "Oh no, sir, we can't do that, can we, Butchie?" he said nervously. "Holes, yeah. Those guys look really strong," he said nervously. At that moment, Django's head was crushed by Butchie and Siam's heads. Django fell to the ground, and Siam and Butchie fell unconscious on top of him. Izuku dusted off his hands after the three pirates' heads collided. He didn't need to fight for nothing. "Zoro, well, problem solved," he said, sheathing his katana. "Luffy, I wanted to fight," he complained about kicking a small stone. "Usopp, what's wrong with you? Kurohadol is still missing," I scream in panic. "Us, well, they both seem to be unharmed," he said, pointing at Luffy and Zoro. "And he doesn't even know if he's tired," he said, watching as Izuku tied up the pirates. "Kurohadol, what the hell happened here?" the butler, also known as Kuro of the 100 Plans, shouted. The Black Cat Pirates trembled with fear and tried to free themselves from their bonds while screaming. Izuku looked at the man who arrived without interest. Luffy looked at the butler with a grimace of disgust while hanging from the Black Cat's ship. Usopp started trembling when he saw Kurohadol. Zoro just yawned and went back to sleep, and Nami just continued stealing what was left of the Black Cat's ship. Away, how could these brats have defeated them? Since when are the Black Cat Pirates so weak? Say something, Django. Eat, you were the one who said that boy wouldn't be any problem, but you didn't say he was with someone. Away, yes, that's right. So what? A bunch of brats shouldn't have been a problem for you. The thing is, they're weaker than I thought. I don't want to hear any excuses," he said, as if to pull a gun from the bag he was carrying. "I will kill them all with my own hands," he said, adjusting his glasses with his palm. "Help us. We don't want to die. Give us another chance." The pirates screamed in terror as the butler swayed from side to side as if he were about to fall. The place remained in complete silence. Then, 5 cuts appeared on the back of one of the Black Cat pirates, surprising everyone, while Kuro had disappeared. 5 more cuts appeared on the boat where Zoro was, causing him to take a defensive stance, but he couldn't see anyone. Izuku moves at high speed, he thought, watching Kuro cut a rock, but apparently he can't see the speed at which it's moving either. If it were attacking us directly, he thought, keeping an eye on Kuro, as the Black Cat pirates freed themselves from their bonds. Luffy, what the hell are you doing to your nakamas? I yelled in frustration as I got off the Black Cat's ship, but the massacre didn't stop. Show yourself, butler. Izuku, you need to calm down, he said, appearing to Luffy's side and forcing him to his knees. Losing your temper in a fight could mean death. Luffy, that butler. Izuku, he's fast, but not faster than me. In an instant, the cries of agony ceased, replaced by a loud crash. The former captain of the Black Cat pirates had been slammed against one of the walls of the hill while using his strongest technique. Away, how, he said to spit out saliva with blood. Izuku, easy, he said, taking a bite of an apple that appeared in his hand. I am faster and stronger than you. Away, no, my plan never fails. A punch landed squarely on his face. Luffy, the butler, got angry. He said as his arm returned to normal. He defeated Captain Kuro, said a nervous, sweating pirate. They'll kill us. Another pirate screamed in terror. We surrender. Another pirate shouts, raising his hands. Izuku, we should call the navy, he said this while using the black whips to knock out the pirates again, while Luffy blinked several times. Luffy, why? We're pirates. Izuku, so they can arrest them. Usopp, so. I screamed when I saw the girl after she came out of her hiding place. So it just can't be, he said, looking at Kurohito, knocked out as blood dripped from his weapons. Usopp, Kaya, are you okay? You shouldn't have come, he said worriedly, quickly approaching the girl. So I'm sorry, Usopp-san. I know it's too late to apologize, but I couldn't believe you when you said Kurohito was a pirate. Usopp, don't worry, she said with a smile, trying to calm the girl down. Lying is my specialty. Zoro, it seems this is over now, he said while yawning. Luffy, we're pirates. If the navy comes, it'll be bad, he said thoughtfully as Izuku let out a sigh. Izuku, hide in the village, I'll hand you over to the navy. Luffy, great idea. Izuku, why didn't you go with the others? As to make sure everything went well, he said with a smile, giving a thumbs up. I really want to know how much the reward will be. Izuku, the navy is already here, he said, watching as the navy ship anchored off the coast and 3 marines disembarked. Kuro of the 100 plans, the navy captain said, looking at the aforementioned. So it was a deception orchestrated by Kuro and former Captain Morgan. This would be a disgrace to the marines, he said, approaching the green-haired boy. This news cannot be made public. We'll give you double Kuro's reward if you don't say anything. Izuku, I think that, we agree. I scream with my eyes on Barry. Izuku let out a small growl at the orange-haired girl, which she ignored. The green-haired boy watched as the Black Cat pirates were loaded onto the marine ship while his own ship was burned. Bounty hunters. We need a name to sign the check, a marine said, sounding a little nervous, to Izuku. Izuku, Deku, he said that by giving his name, he would not give his real name. Thank you for helping justice, Deku, bounty hunter. The marine said this after finishing writing the check and handing it to Izuku. How much did they give us? I asked after the marines withdrew from the island. Izuku, 30 million, he said, reading the check. Nami almost flew towards Barry's 30 million check, but it fell to the sand on the beach when Izuku moved it. The orange-haired girl was trying to get the green-haired boy to give her a share of the check. Luffy, whewww. I got it, he screamed after pulling a fishbone out of his throat. Zoro, you idiot, if you don't relax your throat muscles the fish bones will get stuck. Come on. 1 favor and 50% of the check, he said this so that Izuku would deny it. Zoro, well, we've eaten. Time to go. Luffy, that is, he said, biting into the fishbone. So here they are, he said, drawing the attention of the group. Luffy, Usopp's friend. You say you well enough to go out. So yes, this illness I've had since last year was mostly mental exhaustion caused by the pain of losing my parents. Usopp-san has helped me a lot. I can't ruin my whole life by being sick, but they still need a ship, right? Luffy, are you going to give us a boat? Luffy hoa. It's incredible, he said, looking at the ship. What should surprise you is that he's loading the ship like nothing's wrong. I screamed in surprise annoyance as Izuku carried the ship as if nothing had happened. Zoro, how strong is it? I asked to see how Izuku lowered the boat into the sea. Mary, I present to you, Going Mary. I personally designed this ship. It is a caravel made of wood with an external rudder and a triangular sail. Luffy, can we really have it? So yes, I insist that you use it. Mary, now I will explain the method of use. Regarding the Kruger net, you have to regulate it by yards. So? No, explain all that to me, he said, pushing Luffy away. Deku, come here already. You're the sanest one between these two. I shouted so that Izuku would let out a sigh and Luffy would smile. Luffy, what a cool ship. So we have stocked it with everything they need for a sea voyage. Luffy, thank you. We owe you one. He said. He heard a scream in the distance. Usopp Parent me, I yelled, rolling around with a large backpack. So Usopp-san. Luffy, what the hell is he doing? Zoro, should we stop it? It's going to crash into the ship. He said this so that he and Luffy could stop him with their legs. Usopp, thank you, he said, with Zoro and Luffy's feet in his face. Luffy, you are welcome. So you're really leaving, Usopp-san. Usopp, yes, I'm going to leave here before I change my mind. Don't stop me. So I'm not going to stop you. I feel that's what you want. Usopp, when I get back, I'll tell you all about my adventures. They'll be even crazier than my usual lies. So okay, I can't wait, she said with a small smile. Usopp, and I hope things go well for you. Maybe we'll meet again someday. Luffy, why do you say that? Usopp, huh? What do you mean? You're such an idiot. We're both going to be pirates, so maybe we'll meet somewhere at sea. Zoro, shut up and get on the fucking boat, he said, tired of the spectacle, pointing at the ship. Usopp, huh? Luffy, now we're nakamas, right? Usopp, yes. I'm the captain, okay. Luffy, I am captain, idiot. Annoyed shout. Luffy, I did it. I scream while holding a cloth with a deformed skull design. Here's our pirate flag. Shishishi. It took a lot of effort. Zoro, what is that thing? Usopp, so basically, he doesn't have a vote as an artist. Actually, I'm not so sure. It could be some kind of surreal symbol. Zoro, a pirate flag should be a symbol of death. Well, it can be described as horrible. Luffy, what do you think? I asked with a nervous smile. Izuku opened his eyes only to see the four of them below him. The green-haired boy was hanging from one of Mary's two masts with black whips so he could rest. Yes, that's great. Usopp, this will be, he said, looking at the drawing of a skull with a straw hat that he drew. Zoro, they don't look so different. Luffy, I can see it well. We'll draw it on the candle later. Usopp, since he was a child, he created art on people's walls, he said proudly. I and art are one. The green-haired boy climbed down from the mast to leave his comrades to their own devices while he headed to the kitchen to get something to eat. While Izuku was eating, he heard the sound of a cannon, and the table was hit, making him see what was causing it. Let's talk business, he said, making Izuku stop eating for a second. Izuku, do you think I didn't realize you tried to rob me? Nami gritted her teeth. With some of the money the green-haired boy had, she could already pay for that. While the navigator was thinking about how to convince the green-haired boy, the other boys arrived with some paint stains. Usopp, but if you can't control the ship, there's an instant change of captain. Luffy, yes, whatever, he said it casually, but he's thinking. We need to fill a position before going to the Grand Line. Zoro, a vital and indispensable member for sailors. Luffy, they're with me, aren't they? That's exactly what a pirate ship needs. A musician. He said this to snap Nami out of her thoughts about Luffy's idiocy. You're a brainless idiot. Zoro, you make it seem like you have a good idea and then you blurt that out. Do you have any idea what it means to sail the seas? Luffy, but pirates have to sing, right? All together singing a chorus. Come out, you filthy pirates. I'll kill you all. A man's scream was heard on deck as things were being broken. Luffy, hey, who the hell are you? I screamed when I came out of the kitchen. And you're asking me that? The man screamed, attacking Luffy with a sword. Zoro, how many are there? As I think only one. He said, watching from the doorway as Luffy dodged the attacks. Zoro, then leave him alone. I've collected the heads of many well-known pirates all these years, and you useless, unknown pirates have tried to kill my nakama. The man shouted, running towards Luffy with his sword. Luffy, what nakama? I asked to dodge the attack and grab his enemy by the head. He don't know what you want, but don't break my ship. I screamed to smash it against one of the walls of the Mary. I lost by a narrow margin. The man on the ground said. Luffy, what's wrong? I have no idea what your problem is. Zoro, huh? He said this as he came out of the kitchen. Is that Johnny? Johnny, Aaniki Zoro. I screamed to jump up suddenly. Zoro, what's wrong? Why aren't you with Yosaku? Johnny, that's it. Usopp, do you know that guy? Us, what's happening? Johnny, it's Yosaku. Zoro, is he sick? Johnny, he was lively and full of life as always days ago, but then he started to turn pale and everything happened suddenly. I have no idea what happened. His teeth started to fall out and his old scars reopened and started to bleed. I just didn't know what to do, so I took him to an empty rock to rest. And then a cannonball came flying from this ship. He said this so that Luffy and Usopp were shocked. We're sorry. Usopp and Luffy were mentioned. Johnny, it's done. Don't torture yourselves. Luffy, if apologies solved everything, we wouldn't need the police. He said, causing Izuku to sigh. Johnny, finally, we've reached the point where pirates sometimes tremble at the mere mention of Yosaku and Johnny. My nakama and I have been bounty hunting for years. Are you going to die, Aniki? As are you idiots. Zoro, what's wrong, Nami? He said with annoyance, looking at the navigator. Johnny, I can't just sit here and let you ridicule the death of my nakama, he said, taking his sword. Us, Luffy. Usopp, do you remember where the lemons are stored? Bring them here. He said this so that the two named would run out to get the lemons. Johnny, lemons. Us, scurvy. If we haven't arrived too late, he'll be fine in a few days. He said as Luffy and Usopp gave Yosaku the lemon juice. Johnny, seriously, sister, you didn't call me that. In other times, this disease aroused fear among sailors who traveled the seas. It is simply a deficiency of plant nutrition. Old ships did not have the ability to store fresh fruit and vegetables on long voyages. Luffy, wow, you're like a doctor. Usopp, I knew that's what I had. Us, you need to know these things to navigate the sea. Without me you would die. Yosaku, I'm completely healthy again. Johnny, woo, you did it. Us, you can't recover that fast. Johnny, sorry for not introducing ourselves. I'm Johnny. Yosaku, I'm Yosaku. We went bounty hunting with Aniki. Zoro. Nice to meet you all. I don't know how to thank you. I thought I was going to die. Johnny, but it's equally surprising that pirate hunter Zoro has become a pirate. He said this so that Yosaku would collapse. Whaa. Zoro, shut up and rest. Us, let this be a lesson. Zoro, these are the kinds of things you have to be careful about on a long trip. Usopp, if he hadn't found us, he would have died, and what we need to keep us in check on a long voyage is a maritime cook. He said it to make Luffy smile. Us, when you think about it, it's a vital skill. Luffy, then, let's find a seafood chef. Plus, it means we'll eat an amazing meal on the ship. Johnny, Aniki. Aniki. Zoro, what? Johnny. Johnny, if you're looking for a seafood chef, then this is the perfect place, he said, drawing the attention of the Straw Hats. Getting one to go with you will be another problem, but anyway, the Pirata Maritime Restaurant is famous for its chef who hunts kingfish. Usopp, kings of the sea. Luffy, a restaurant by the sea. Johnny, yes, from here we'll reach it in 2 or 3 days, but you have to be careful, because it's very close to the Grand Line and there are some scary guys around. He said as he approached Luffy and Usopp. I've also heard that the hawk-eyed man you're looking for shows up there from time to time, he said to Zoro as he walked past him. Izuku. Hawkeye, he said in a murmur upon seeing Zoro's reaction. Johnny'll take you there if you want. Yes, please. Luffy and Usopp mentioned it with excitement. Johnny, lo conseguimos. Aquí está el restaurant maritimo. Aniki. Zoro. Aniki. Luffy. Aniki. Usopp. Aniki. Midoriya. Aniki. Nami. Us, why do you call me Aniki? He said, annoyed. Zoro, he said, waking up. Usopp, oh. Luffy, how cool. Johnny, what do they all think? Luffy, what a fish. Us, wow. Usopp, damn, that's really weird. While the Straw Hats were looking at the Bharati seafood restaurant, a Navy ship appeared alongside the Mary. Usopp, a Navy ship. Luffy, when? Usopp, I hope they don't start shooting at us. Johnny, we're not even pirates. Yosaku, whoa, look, there's someone there. I don't recognize that pirate flag. The Vice Lieutenant of the Marine Headquarters, Iron Fist, Full Body said. I am the Vice Lieutenant of the Full Body Iron Fist Marine Headquarters. Who is the captain? Speak up. Luffy, I'm Luffy, and we just made the pirate flag the day before yesterday. Johnny, VV come back the day before yesterday. Yosaku, ha ha ha, that's a good one. Usopp, yes, I'm Usopp. Full Body, hey, I've seen you two before. You've worked for the government before, I remember. You're bounty hunters, that's right, Yosaku and Johnny, I think. So the pirates ended up catching you. Johnny, Yosaku, it looks like this guy wants a fight. Yosaku, we can't let him look down on us, Johnny. We won't get a single berry, but I think we need to teach this pup a lesson. Take this, you cowardly Navy officer. Both bounty hunters shouted as they attacked Full Body. Yosaku, we lost by a narrow margin, he said, his face smashed. Luffy, are you sure it's not because you're too weak? Johnny, no, he's very strong. He said, his face smashed. Yosaku, even we lost by a narrow margin. Zoro, what the hell are they doing? Oh, come on Full Body, leave those idiots and let's continue, a woman's voice said, pulling Full Body's arm into a room. Full Body, ah, if we go, you're lucky I'm on vacation, pirates. I only came here to enjoy a good meal, but be careful when I'm active. If we meet again, you'll be lost. Us, what is this, Johnny? I asked when I saw some papers lying around. Oh, he said this as he picked up one of the papers. Johnny, these are the reward posters, Sister Nami. Izuku, all good? I asked when I saw Nami freeze for several seconds without her noticing anything else. Us, yes, he said, putting the sign away. Usopp, damn it, that idiot isn't aiming the cannon. Full Body inside. Yes sir. A Marine said to fire the cannon. Usopp, they've fired a shot. Luffy, leave it to me. Usopp, Luffy, what are you doing? Luffy, Gomu Gomu no Fusen. He screamed to inflate his stomach so the cannonball would hit it. What? Usopp, Yosaku, and Johnny shouted in surprise. Full Body, but what? Luffy was going to throw the cannonball back at the Marines, but it was caught in midair by some black whips, causing Izuku to sigh as he held the cannonball. Izuku, are here looking for someone, not to get into a fight with the Navy. He said this to make Luffy laugh when he fell to the ground after deflating. A few minutes later, the Going Merry was anchored to the Bharati while both bounty hunters watched over it, as they were a little injured after their great fight against the Marine. The Straw Hats were about to enter the restaurant, but then everyone's attention was drawn before they could go in when they saw Zoro freeze. Luffy, Zoro. Zoro, it just can't be. Waiter, I call a beautiful girl with dark blue hair wearing a snow-white kimono. Heart heart yes heart Miss Heart said a blonde man in a tuxedo. Another dessert, please. The girl said this so that the blonde boy nodded with heart-shaped eyes. Everyone present watched as the swordsman froze in the doorway of the Bharati restaurant as if he had seen a ghost. Zoro said nothing, continuing on his way and suddenly opening the doors of the Bharati, drawing the attention of all the customers inside. The others peeked out from behind Zoro to see inside the Bharati, and then Zoro headed to one of the restaurant tables. Zoro, I knew it was you, he said this in front of one of the tables where people were sitting. Queen, she said this so that the woman in question would let out a small laugh. Queen, what does the great pirate hunter need from me? I asked with a smile while eating a dessert. Zoro stared seriously at the girl who continued to smile as she ate her dessert. Then Zoro sighed, making the girl laugh. Luffy, who is she, Zoro? I asked, arriving alongside Nami, Usopp, and Izuku. Zoro, she's my childhood rival, her name is Kuina. I present this so that the aforementioned would smile. Before anyone could process anything, everyone was startled when a blonde man appeared in front of Nami, kneeling and holding her hand, with a flower in his mouth. Heart, oh Ocean, thank you for giving me this encounter today, Heart, the blonde man said, still on his knees, without looking at Nami. Us, hey, Heart, no matter what taunts you say, my love, Heart, the greatest torture is not being by your side, he was saying, but then he was slammed to the ground by a sudden blow. I apologize if our employee bothered you. Said a girl with pink hair. We apologize for the inconvenience and will bring you an appetizer in a few minutes, he said as he left, dragging the blonde man along. Usopp, what just happened? I asked, confused, watching the girl take the blonde guy away. Izuku, work problems or perhaps sibling issues. Huh, why do you say that? Izuku, their eyebrows were very similar, and they were arguing like two siblings would, he said, pointing to the two waiters at the restaurant. Come on Reiju, it's not that big of a deal, said the blonde guy as he lit a cigarette. Reiju've told you 1,000 times not to bother the girls during work hours. Flirt with whoever you want, but not at work, Sanji. Sanji, you cannot control the feelings of this heart, he said, touching his chest so that Reiju would take his cigarette from him. Reiju, and you can't smoke in here either. He said this to throw the cigarette on the ground and put it out with his foot. Get to work, the place is full. She said she was going to the kitchen. Usopp, what's wrong with that waiter? Queen, he loves women. He's been giving me free dishes and desserts every time I've been at the restaurant. That's good to know, he said with a cat-like grin. But how do you and Zoro know each other? I don't see it as the kind of thing where you're just making friends. Queen, years ago, I arrived at my father's dojo challenging him to a fight. Obviously, he refused, being a child. He said this while the others paid attention to the story, or at least some of them tried to. Since he was a very persistent child, I fought with him and defeated him, he said with a smile. Usopp, and then he won, right? I asked, knowing Zoro's monstrous strength. Queen, no, he lost about 5,000 times more, he said it to make Luffy laugh. Zoro, what are you laughing at, idiot? Queen, after the first left home to become stronger, some time later I heard about a demon in the East Blue without knowing it was Zoro. Why did you leave the village so young? Zoro, I was looking for a man. Queen, you didn't get lost, did you? I asked so that Zoro doesn't even turn to look at her. Oh, why didn't I imagine that? He said so that a loud bang could be heard throughout the place. Full body, who do you think you are, you damn bitch? Don't you know who I am? I asked angrily, raising my fist after having smashed the table where I was eating. Reiju, I don't get information from a nobody. Full body, I'm a paying customer. What's with that bitchy attitude? You're just a damn waitress. For Full Body San, forget it, said the companion of the appointed one. Reiju, in this restaurant we have some rules. Not hitting women is one of them, but it's not the most important one. He said this so that Full Body would fly off towards the restaurant wall. Sanji, food should not be wasted, he said this after he had kicked Full Body. Luffy, those two are strong, he said, watching the show that Full Body put on. Izuku, perhaps they are, he said, seeing the two brothers conversing. Vice Lieutenant Full Body. A Marine screamed as he entered the restaurant in a panic. We have an emergency, I screamed to see Full Body slowly getting up from the ground. He has escaped from his cell, sir. Luffy, it's a very busy place. We let that Krieg man escape. The one who took us 7 men to capture. The Marine screamed in terror. Full Body, that's crazy. Where did he find the strength? He was about to starve to death when we caught him 3 days ago, and we haven't fed him since. The Krieg crew, a man said in shock. Aren't they the strongest pirates in the East Blue? A woman said in a panic. I'm sorry, the Marine didn't finish speaking when a bullet pierced his chest and he fell dead. Before the person responsible for the Marine's murder entered the restaurant, a chair flew out at the entrance, sending the perpetrator flying. Izuku, I'll pay for the chair later, he said as he walked past the cooks on his way to the restaurant entrance. Queen, when did it move? The green-haired boy continued walking, only to see Full Body in shock and panic, as were the customers who still hadn't calmed down. Once outside the restaurant, Izuku noticed Yosaku and Johnny watching fearfully from the Going Merry. The green-haired boy noticed how the chair he had thrown at the assassin had been so powerful that it had thrown him into the sea. A few seconds passed where the green-haired boy saw how the bubbles in the sea were becoming fewer and fewer. Jin, a pirate feared for being the second in command of the Krieg crew, didn't understand what had happened. He had killed that Marine with a single shot, only to take 2 steps and the next he was sinking into the sea. He thought it was the Marines who had saved him to publicly execute him after that monster murdered his captain and his comrades, but he never expected his savior to be a child. Enormous galleons were ablaze while others sank. All this was happening on a small island at the beginning of the Grand Line, at the hands of a single man. Draculemihawk, a pirate with a cancelled bounty because he belonged to the world government's system to fight other pirates, the Shishibukai. While Draculemihawk was slicing up pirates like they were fruit, a call came to a small den Muchi he had in one of his ears. "Mihawk, I'm killing time," he said to slice a pirate in half. "What can we offer you, Vice Admiral?" "I have a mission for you," the Vice Admiral said from the den Muchi. "Mihawk, what do you want me to do?" "I ask so I can keep cutting pirates." "There are some troubled youths," the Vice Admiral said from the den Muchi. "Mihawk, that doesn't sound like a big challenge. Don't underestimate them. One is a pirate named Luffy who broke into a marine base to rob it and defeated the captain in command, and the other, Morgans, started calling him Deku Hero, and the higher-ups don't like that," the Vice Admiral said from the den Muchi, for Mihawk to cut a galleon in half. "Enough is enough," Pirate Don Krieg shouted, with a bounty of 17 million berries. "Mihawk, it's time to end this. War, you destroyed my fleet. You killed my men. What did I do to you? Why, Miwok, it was time for my nap and you interrupted it. War, you're going to sleep forever," he said this as a cannon emerged from his armor and fired at Mihawk. In an instant, Mihawk cut the bullets so that the fragments hit two pirates who were trying to attack him from behind. "Mihawk, you're a disappointment," he said. He was walking towards Krieg, and seconds later a scream was heard. "Excuse me, Vice Admiral, where am I headed?" "East Blue, bring at least one alive," the Vice Admiral said from the den Muchi. The green-haired one was thinking that, like several heroes, the Navy wasn't 100% trustworthy. The Marines who accompanied Full Body had escaped with him as if they were children. "Izuku, what do you think you're doing?" I asked, watching as Sanji frees Jin. "Sanji, he can't eat while tied up," he said, having just freed Jin. "Come. Reiju, calm down, calm down. It's a restaurant rule. We can't leave anyone with an empty stomach," he said, stopping the green-haired boy. "Izuku, tie him up again when he's finished," he said with annoyance and irritation. "I've never eaten anything so delicious in my life. I don't deserve it. I thought I was going to die. I thought this was going to be the end," she screamed through tears while eating. "Sanji, thank God it wasn't. Luffy, shishishus, I found them," he said from the second floor of the restaurant. "You're a great guy. I want you to cook for us. Hey cook, do you want to join my crew? Please be my cook." "What?" the brothers said, still confused. "Sanji, so you're a pirate. I'm warning you not to do anything stupid, because the old man was a great pirate." "Luffy, what? Was that old man a pirate?" "Sanji, for him, this restaurant is his treasure. Actually, all the cooks here were bloodthirsty pirates." Izuku, apparently, being a pirate is normal, he thought with annoyance. "Sanji, but pirates are our best customers. Reiju and those that give us the most problems. Luffy, this restaurant is already a mess. Sanji, it's normal. Some customers come to watch the cooks fight the pirates. That's why all the temporary cooks were running away, because they were scared. Izuku, it's normal to be afraid. You never know who's going to come in and put a bullet in your head." "Reiju, why don't you calm down a little?" I asked Izuku, who hadn't changed his distant and serious attitude. "I know a dessert might calm you down a bit." "Give me a few minutes," he said, causing the green-haired boy to sigh. "Luffy, anyway, do you want to join me?" he told Sanji. "Sanji, I'm sorry, I have a reason to stay." "Luffy, no, I reject it." "Sanji, huh? What do you mean?" "Luffy, I don't accept your answer. You're a good cook, so I want you to become a pirate with me." "Sanji, hey, can't you hear me?" "Luffy, what is that reason?" "Sanji, I don't have to tell you." "Luffy, but you told me to listen to you." "Sanji, I meant to say listen to the people, you little shit. Don't you understand?" "Luffy, don't call me that or I'll hit you." "Jin, sorry to interrupt." "What?" Luffy and Sanji shouted. "Jin, my name is Jin and I'm part of Don Krieg's crew." "You're a pirate, aren't you? What's your goal?" "Luffy, my goal is to get the One Piece, that's why I'm going to the Grand Line." "Jin, you say you're looking for a cook. You don't have many members, do you?" "Luffy, with him, we are now 6 people. Sanji, who told you to include me?" "Gin, you're not a bad person, so let me warn you about something. Never go to the Grand Line. You're still very young, so don't waste your life there. The Grand Line is just another part of the sea. If you want to be a pirate, you can go to other places. Luffy, really? How do you know so much about the Grand Line? Jin, no. I don't know anything about that place, that's why I'm scared. Sanji, isn't the Krieg crew that important? Luffy, war. Gin, it's not that important anymore. Several minutes had passed. The green-haired boy had eaten a dessert that Reiju had given him, but he had noticed something that began to bother him. Izuku, what do you think you're doing? I asked Sanji what he had brought, a boat with a candle. Sanji, it's a gin bottle. Any problem? Izuku, I won't let a murderer go free, he said, facing Sanji. Luffy, why? Isn't Jin a good person? Izuku, that's why I'm waiting for the right moment to separate myself from you. He said this to make Luffy frown. Because our ideals are different. Luffy, you can't abandon the crew. Izuku, I'm not part of your crew, he said so that an oar would be smashed over the back of his head. Jin, I'm sorry, but I can't stay here, I shout, holding the oar handle in my hand. An elbow strike landed in Jin's stomach, knocking the wind out of his lungs. The elbow came from Izuku, who hadn't fallen from the oar's blow. Sanji exhaled a cloud of smoke from the cigarette he was smoking while Luffy looked on in surprise. After Izuku tied Jin up again, he went into the restaurant to watch his comrades having fun while they ate. Reiju, why don't you go with your nakamas? Izuku, I'm not my nakama. Reiju, you should soften up a bit, you know. Being alone won't help you. He said, so we can continue serving the customers. Izuku, I've been alone most of the time, so it's something that affects me, he thought, recalling some bitter memories. Sanji, oh, thank God I met you today. Oh, love, just smile at me, if you're with me I can become a pirate or a devil. Oh, but our poor destiny is doomed. He told Nami while Zoro and Luffy watched him strangely. Is it because of me? Said a man, or rather Chief Chef Zeph, who was leaning against a table. Sanji, old Zeph, this is a good opportunity. Go and become a pirate, we don't want you here. Sanji, listen, you crazy old man. I'm the second cook in this restaurant, besides the one who gets the meat from King of the Sea. You told me this restaurant doesn't need me anymore. What do you mean? Zeph, you're always arguing with the customers, and whenever you see attractive women, you try to flirt with them. Your food isn't very good. No one here likes you, I think you already know that. So you'd better leave and become a pirate or whatever you want. The best thing is for you to leave this restaurant as soon as possible. Sanji, what are you saying? You know all that doesn't bother me, you crazy old man. For some reason, you always look down on my food. Anyway, I'm not leaving here even if you tell me to. He said, grabbing Zeph by the collar of his shirt. Reiju, Sanji, calm down. He shouted, trying to separate his brother from Zeph. Zeph, how dare you grab me by the neck? You little bastard. I yelled to smash Sanji onto the table where the Straw Hats were eating. Queen, that was close. He said, holding the plates of food in his hands. Sanji, damn it, he said, getting up from the floor. Listen, I don't care how many times you tell me to leave, I'll always be a cook here. You got a problem. I'll be here until you die. Zeph, I won't die in 100 years. Sanji, watch your words. Luffy, that's great. You have the owner's permission, so you can be a pirate now. Sanji, who wants that? Sanji, I'm sorry about the mess, she said, arriving with a tray of desserts and wine as an apology. I've ordered them a fruit salad and a vintage wine. Thank you, you're very kind. Sanji, Hart, it's nothing, Miss Hart. Usopp, hey, what about us? How unfair you are, fancy chef. Sanji, I ordered you a hot tea. Are you still upset, you idiot? Usopp, what? You want a fight? Zoro, defeat him. Zoro, why don't you do it yourself? I ask so I can keep drinking. This is delicious. Queen, right. Luffy, I want one too, said sadly, leaning back on the table after Nami wouldn't let him try it. Queen, you can have half of me, oh Luffy. Luffy, thank you so much, Kuina. While Sanji continued arguing with Usopp, a man entered the restaurant. The man carried a cross on his back, which few people noticed. The green-haired man saw the man enter and froze. His danger sensor was on high alert, and a powerful chill ran through his body when he saw the man's eyes. The green-haired boy almost fell to the ground on his back when he dodged a ranged attack from the man with Hawkeye eyes. The green-haired boy saw that the man held a very intimidating sword in his hand. The green-haired boy also noticed that the entire wall behind him had been destroyed by the attack. The green-haired boy's breathing was ragged. His danger sensor wasn't calming him, it was only making him more worried. A large cloud of purple smoke covered the entire interior of the restaurant and part of the exterior. Everyone on the ground. The scream of the owner of the Zeph restaurant alarmed everyone, who didn't hesitate to do what he shouted. The cloud of smoke, like half of the restaurant, was sliced in half with a thin cut. The upper part of the restaurant fell onto the lower part, reducing the restaurant's height by a few centimeters as the smoke dispersed. Izuku was trying to control his breathing as he floated above the sea. A few seconds later, the green-haired boy saw that man calmly walk out of the restaurant door and stop at the PIRATA dock. Izuku, why the hell are you attacking me? Mihawk, they asked me to take care of Mugiwara, are you? Izuku, he's different from the pirates I've faced, he's very different, he thought, swallowing hard as he landed at the dock. Luffy, whoa, what happened? I asked as he put on his hat, which was in the air. That man is Zoro, and Kuina screamed in shock. Zeph Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk, he said, drawing everyone's attention. What did a bunch of kids like you do to get the attention of a man like him? Usopp, we didn't do anything, I screamed in fear. Sanji, old man, who is that man? I asked to see how Zoro and Kuina were heading towards the restaurant entrance. Zeph Dracula Mihawk belongs to the government system known as Shishibukai. At that moment, a loud crash was heard from outside the restaurant, prompting everyone to rush to see what was happening. But that crash was the signal for a redhead to carry out what she had been planning since arriving at the restaurant. The green-haired man leapt away from Mihawk. His hand burned like hell after landing a punch on Mihawk's face. But it wasn't like punching someone in the face, it was like punching steel with his bare hand. Mihawk, because these two are a problem for the Navy, she thought as she watched Izuku's hand tremble. How low the Navy has fallen. In seconds, Mihawk was in front of the green-haired man, who retreated again, running out of spring and having to use float. But then, a ranged attack from Mihawk was just centimeters away from him. Mihawk watched as the green-haired man fell into the sea. It was cowardly of him to choose drowning rather than being cut by his sword. Now that he had finished off that hero, he needed to take Mugiwara to the Vice Admiral, and the Marines wouldn't be bothering him for a while. Before Mihawk could continue on his way, what looked like black whips pierced the pier from the bottom of the sea. Mihawk, why didn't it sink if it's a user? He thought as he dodged a kick from Izuku, causing him to be enveloped in more smoke. The Muko no Mi is in the hands of a marine captain. The ability to float in those black things are not something a human can do with or without haki. How interesting this hero turned out to be. He thought as he continued dodging punches and kicks from the green-haired man to get a good grip on his sword. Everyone watching the fight from the entrance or through the restaurant windows was shocked when Dracula Mihawk's sword was plunged into the green-haired man's shoulder, forcing him to his knees. Mihawk, you kept me entertained for a few moments. Any last words? I'm asking, prepared to cut the green-haired guy in half. Izuku, this fight is mine, he said, touching Mihawk's sword that was stuck in his right shoulder. Mihawk was already bored with all of that, but before he could pierce the green-haired man, he disappeared without making a sound. The sound of movement was heard a few seconds after the green-haired man moved. Mihawk watched as the floor of the dock was destroyed out of nowhere, and seconds later he heard the sound of the destruction. Unable to do so, Mihawk simply closed his eyes. In an instant, he moved his sword with speed and precision. But for the first time in his entire life as a swordsman, his sword did not obey him and moved faster, plunging into the platform. A kick to the jaw landed squarely on Dracula Mihawk. Izuku, it's like hitting a big block of steel, he thought painfully about the leg he had used to kick Mihawk. Only one person present saw Mihawk's sword turn completely black, and then, moments later, the swordsman moved it with a few light movements. Mihawk, it can also alter the movement of things, he thought, watching the green-haired boy stop bleeding. Izuku, at this rate I won't be able to continue, he thought, letting out a sigh. So I'll go all in. He thought about how the one for all would flow through his body. Far from the PIRATA restaurant, the Going Merry sailed further and further away. It will only take me 2 days to get there, she said, letting out a sigh as tears began to fall from her eyes. They were good kids. I wonder if they'll let me come back. If we meet again, I wonder if I'll ever see them again. I want to be free, Belmir-san. In the distance, the clouds dispersed. Several waves formed, and the seagulls flew away as fast as they could. A blow with everything he had, a blow with everything he had, amplified by the quirks he possessed. A blow that for others would have been lethal, but to that man it barely caused any damage. Izuku, I didn't have the chance to go to the ship for my gloves. I went with everything, and that was the damage I caused. He wondered, one of his arms mangled, as he watched Dracula Mihawk wipe some blood from his lip. Mihawk, someone your age would be crying like a baby over those injuries. Izuku, I'm not like others my age, he said with a pained smile. Do you want to continue? I asked, ready to attack, but then Dracula Mihawk sheathed his sword on his back. Mihawk, it wasn't a waste of time coming here, he said, turning around so that Izuku fell to his knees, clutching his wounds. Zoro, you really are the strongest, he said in front of Mihawk. Mihawk, you pathetic, weak wretch. If you think you're a swordsman, we don't need to cross leaves to clearly see the difference in strength. Does the courage to stand before me with a sword in hand come from your heart, or is it simply due to ignorance? Zoro, because of my ambition and a promise, he said, drawing his third katana, which was a very rusty katana, catching Mihawk's attention. Queen, you idiot Zoro, what do you think you're doing? This is madness. I screamed, trying to stop the three katana swordsmen, but without success. Izuku, you should have been more careful, he said. He'll do a headstand so Luffy will laugh after he pulls him off that platform. Zoro is really screwed, he murmured, sitting down on the floor carefully so as not to hurt himself further. Hey, what about the ship? What? Usopp and Luffy screamed in shock when they saw no trace of the Going Merry. Johnny, what's wrong, Sister Nami? I see you're looking at the wanted posters. Oh no, it's nothing. Yosaku, oh, I see you found a very expensive pirate, but you really shouldn't go for it. Johnny, he was hidden in the shadows for a while, but Yosaku, they say he's active again. So now, he said, leaving the two bounty hunters alone. Yosaku, but I bet it's difficult to capture a guy worth 20 million berries. Johnny, he's so strong, there's only a small chance he could even kill us. She said this so that both bounty hunters would realize what Nami was doing. Excuse me, sister. That's our treasure. Us, of course. I already brought it here. Yosaku, but we have no intention of staying with you, do we? He said, looking at Johnny. Can you turn around? I asked, confusing the bounty hunters. I want to change my clothes. But I can't do it with you watching, so you can turn around. Yosaku, your clothes. Why now? Johnny, why yes, ma'am, we'll turn around now. I yelled for both of them to turn around like soldiers. Sister Nami is as fearless as she seems. Yosaku, we won't get into trouble over just one look. Just one. Johnny, yes, only one. Yosaku, 2 seconds. At that moment, both bounty hunters were thrown into the sea, surprising them both. Johnny, what are you doing, Sister Nami? I'll tell you what I'm doing. Business. I'm a thief who steals from pirates, he said with a smile, and this ship is no exception. I never said we were nakamas, I only said we'd help each other out a little, he said, leaving both bounty hunters in shock. Oh, but your treasure is an exception. I was only with Luffy and the others for a short time, but it was fun. Goodbye. Please say goodbye for me. We'll meet again if fate decides. Yosaku, wait, you can't do this, Sister Nami, I screamed as I watched the Going Merry sail away. Johnny, we were in charge of looking after that ship. Give us back the treasure, both bounty hunters shouted in panic and anger. Izuku, he murmured as he bandaged his wounds with some bandages the cooks gave him. I take advantage of the unexpected attack, he started murmuring again after hearing the bounty hunter's quick explanation. Usopp, your ship, is your ship still here? I asked, worried about the Going Merry. Johnny, yes, it's still anchored at the Bharati dock. Luffy, we won't leave without the cook and Zoro, I yelled, stopping the two bounty hunters and Usopp. Usopp, but the Merry. Luffy, we'll go for the Lugo. Nami is our navigator too. Zoro, I never thought I'd find you so soon. Mihawk, that doesn't make you better. He said this to take off the cross-shaped necklace. Zoro, hey, what are you doing with that? Mihawk, I'm not stupid enough to use all my power to hunt rabbits. He said, showing that the necklace was a small knife. You may have become a man here, but unfortunately, I don't wear anything smaller than this. Zoro, why don't you stop with the insults already? He screamed, clutching his katanas. You'll regret it when you're dead. Mihawk, you still have no idea about the real world. Zoro today. He screamed, attacking Mihawk with his 3 katanas, but Mihawk easily stopped him with his knife. What? Luffy, Zoro. Izuku, this is fucked up, she said as Kuina gripped her katana. Zoro, no, I can't move. What's happening? It's my strongest technique and I'm stopping it with that toy. How is this possible? It can't be. There's too much of a power difference between him and me. He thought about attacking Mihawk ferociously. Kate, the real world can't be that different. He thought about Izuku's speed and strength, trying to visualize it. I refuse to believe it, there can't be that much of a difference. He thought he would be taken to the ground by Mihawk. Mihawk, what violent attacks, he said, deflecting Zoro's attacks after he got up. Zoro, all the training I've done, all the effort I've put in to achieve it, it's all been for nothing. He thought about continuing to try to cut Mihawk. Mihawk, what is your goal? Why do you seek power, being as weak as you are? Johnny, you idiot. Did you call Araniki weak? Yosaku, you're going to be buried. Luffy, stay put and don't interfere. I scream, stopping both bounty hunters. Wait a minute. He said, sweating and clenching his teeth. Usopp, Luffy. Zoro, take up, he said, placing his katanas behind his back as he remembered when he met Luffy Car. In an instant, Mihawk overcame Zoro's attack and plunged the small blade into Zoro's chest, worrying everyone. But even so, Zoro did not back down. Mihawk, do you want this knife to pierce your heart? Why don't you step back? Zoro, I don't know. If I take even one step back, it would be as if I broke my promise, and I wouldn't be able to continue. He said this so that Kuina could no longer resist and fell to her knees while tears fell from her eyes. Mihawk, exactly. It's called defeat. Zoro, haha. That's exactly why I can't back down. Mihawk, even if it costs you your life. Zoro, I prefer death. Mihawk, his will is strong. He prefers to die rather than retreat. He thought as he stepped back, pulling the knife from Zoro's chest. Boy, tell me your name. Zoro, Zoro, Roronoa, Zoro. Mihawk, I'll remember it. It's been a long time since I've met someone with a will like yours. He said, drawing his sword, and to honor that, I will deliver the final blow with my black sword, the strongest in the world. Zoro, this is my last chance. If I fail, it will cost me my life. This will decide whether I am the best swordsman in the world or if I die. He thought as he twirled 2 of his katanas. Mihawk, die, he yelled, going after Zoro, worrying everyone. Zoro, Santoryu Ugi Sanzensakai. I shouted for both swordsmen to clash their attacks. Pieces of Zoro's katanas fell to the ground as the green-haired man dropped to his knees to store his last katana intact. Zoro, I've lost. I can't beat him. I never thought this day would come. This is the power of the strongest swordsman in the world. He thought about standing up and turning to face Mihawk. Mihawk, what are you doing? Zoro, a wound in the back is a disgrace to a swordsman. He said with a smile. Mihawk, admirable. He said, cutting Zoro off. Luffy, Zoro. Mihawk, don't rush to end your life. Kid, that was the thought of the world's greatest swordsman after cutting Zoro. Luffy, ah. Usopp, Zoro. Aniki. Shouted Yosaku and Johnny. Sanji, why, he thought, sweating, trying to recall a brief exchange he'd had with Zoro. Crazy idiot. He was going to face the strongest swordsman in the world. He knew what could happen to him. Give up your dream if it's going to cost you your life. He thought as his cigarette went out, it's that simple. Just give up on your dreams. I yelled to make Zoro fall into the sea. Luffy, curse. He shouted, stretching his arm towards Mihawk. Aniki. Yosaku and Johnny shouted as they jumped into the sea to help Zoro. Mihawk, a friend of the young swordsman. He said, watching Luffy's arm pass by his side. Do you want to fight too? I have no problem with that. You'll learn a lesson that way too. He said this to dodge Luffy's attack, causing him to crash into the edge of the pier. Don't worry, that boy is still alive. Johnny, Aniki, say something. I screamed when he and Yosaku pulled Zoro out of the sea. Luffy, Zoro. I screamed, turning to see where the screams were coming from. Zoro. Usopp, quick, get it up. Mihawk. My name is Dracula Mihawk. It's too soon for you to die, know yourself. He said as Usopp arrived with medicine for Zoro. See the world grow stronger, Roronoa, like the strongest. I'll wait years for you if necessary. Take your strong will, brave young man, use it and surpass my sword. Surpass me, Roronoa, Johnny Aniki. Tell me something, Aniki. Zeph, anyone who receives a speech like that from a pair of Hawkeyes. Mihawk, hey kid, what are you looking for? Luffy to be the king of the pirates. Mihawk, that's a path of unimaginable dangers. It's even harder than surpassing me. Luffy, and who cares? I can do it. I yelled to stick my tongue out at the world's greatest swordsman. Are you okay, Zoro? Usopp, he's not okay, but he's alive. He's just unconscious. It was a cry of relief for many. Johnny Aniki. Yosaku, tell us something, Aniki. Both bounty hunters shouted for Zoro's only, intact, sword to be lifted by him. Luffy, Zoro. Zoro, Luffy, can you hear me? Are you worried that if I can't at least be the strongest swordsman in the world, I'd only be a burden to you? Yosaku, Aniki, don't say more. Johnny Aniki. Zoro, from now on, I will never lose to anyone again. I screamed through tears. Until the day I defeat him and become the strongest. I will not lose again. Do you have a problem with that, Pirate King? Luffy, shishishis, no. Mihawk, you're a great team. I hope to have the opportunity to meet you again. He said he was leaving. Kuina shivered when Mihawk glanced at her for a few moments before boarding his ship. Izuku, it seems we're all going to live one more day, he said after letting out a sigh, looking up at the sky. The sudden appearance of the world's greatest swordsman had left permanent scars, as well as a great deal of learning about how vast this world was. Izuku sighed as he gazed at the vast sea. A day had passed since Nami had stolen their ship, Dracula Mihawk had beaten them senseless, and that damned assassin had taken advantage of the moment and escaped. The green-haired boy spotted his fellow navigators, Usopp, Johnny, Zoro, who was sleeping inside the bounty hunter's ship's cabin, Luffy, who had stayed behind at the Baratie to convince the cook to join him, and Yosaku, who was going to guide him to his position. How? No idea. Izuku, I just get my things back and leave them, he thought, closing his eyes for a few seconds. The green-haired boy had already made the decision to separate from the Straw Hats. Nami could keep the gold, and he wasn't interested in the money, he just wanted to get his backpack back. After hours of sailing, the ship fell silent. Zoro, you're finally Awakehe, said with a huff of annoyance while tied to the ship's mast when he saw Izuku open his eyes. They're not humans I've seen before, said a man with many characteristics of a fish. They appear to be wounded. Exiles, perhaps. Another man said, with many characteristics like those of a fish. It doesn't matter, we'll take them to Arlong-san, he said, taking Izuku by the shoulder. We're leaving human. Izuku, they look like they're related to Grag Orca, he thought, only to be knocked to the ground by the fish man. Zoro, what do you think you're doing? I yell at Izuku when I see him being diverted so easily. Hurry up, you pathetic human. The fish man screamed, connecting with a kick to Izuku's face. Izuku, okay, you guys aren't friendly, he said, so that for an instant he can connect a kick to the fish man's jaw. Damned human, the other fish man screamed, causing him to fall unconscious to the ground for an instant. Izuku, did they tie you up? Zoro, it was those two idiots who ran away. He screamed in annoyance just to feel himself being released. No loose ends should be left untied, he said, looking for something to kill both fishmen. Izuku, that's why I'll never be one of them. Is it really that easy to take a life? Zoro stood still, clicking his tongue. Luffy wanted that kid on the crew. Maybe he should make a small change to make that happen. Or better yet, teach him something. Zoro, do you know that if we leave them alive they can come back and kill us? Or kill someone else? Izuku clenched his fists at Zoro's words. Did Tenko Shimura still have any hope? Had All for One ever had any hope? He'd never know, because he took their lives. But how many lives had they taken? Was it better to end a life right then and there, or to let more lives be lost because they hadn't ended that life at that moment? Izuku, let's go, he said when the ship reached the shore and a shout was heard in the distance. Zoro, that idiot. As the two green-haired boys walked towards the screams, Izuku saw how the entire coastal town was destroyed, the roads wrecked, the houses upside down. And with him, doubt returned. You too. How did you escape from the others? A fish man, bigger and fatter than the other two, screamed. The fish man stood before a girl who was accompanied by a child and Usopp, who was unconscious on the ground. Receiving no response, the fish man approached the two green-haired individuals, only to fall to the ground unconscious when he received a kick to the head. What do you think you're doing? The girl screamed, alarmed. If Arlong finds out, he'll kill us all. The girl screamed for the boy to break free from her grip. Die, you damned fishman. The boy screamed with a knife, but he was disarmed by the green-haired man with the black whips. Izuku didn't do anything you'll regret, kid. I'll kill them. They killed my father. The boy screamed through tears and anger, only to be knocked out by Izuku with a blow to the neck. Zoro, you should have let him do it. Izuku, what are strangers doing in this rat trap? I asked, the girl said, looking at both green-haired boys. Zoro, we're looking for a damn thief, but we've already found what we wanted, so we're outta here, she said, taking Usopp while Izuku handed the child to the girl. Thief, are they referring to Nami? The girl spoke, causing both green-haired boys to turn and look at her. On the outskirts of the town of Kokoyashi there was a house surrounded by mandarin orchards. Zoro saw their family, he said, looking at a photo on a nightstand. Izuku, did those people eat devil fruits? Don't you think it would be better to introduce ourselves? The girl said this so that none of the green-haired boys could say anything, and then she let out a sigh. My name is Nojiko, Idiot 1, Idiot 2, and those people are fishmen and devil fruits are just a myth. Izuku Gyojins, Nojiko, they have 20 times the strength of a human and the capabilities of fish in the sea. Zoro, they don't seem that strong. He said, much to Nojiko's annoyance. He finished him off with 3 of them. Just like that, he said, pointing at Izuku, then let out a yawn. What do we do? Do we go with the ship or wait for Luffy? Nojiko, what are you? Land, I asked Izuku. Puro. Where am I? Usopp screamed, waking up with a start, just as he had woken the child Zoro. Izuku, I screamed, seeing them both, only to receive a blow to the head from Zoro. Zoro, you and the other guy are complete idiots. You'll pay for this. Izuku left Zoro and Usopp to fight, only to notice how the bandage on his arm had been ruined because it was so stained with his blood. Izuku left the house to go to where the Mary was without saying anything to anyone. The green-haired boy had a conflict in his ideals. A world full of criminals, or rather pirates, who were the order of the day, fought by the Marines. But were there good and bad people on both sides? What should he do? Was taking another life the right thing to do? The green-haired boy's thoughts were interrupted when he heard someone board the Mary. Izuku already had his backpack and was ready to leave, but then he saw the 3 fishmen he had defeated earlier on the Mary. Ha ha ha, you didn't run away. If you had, we would have killed the humans to make them tell us where you hid, one of the fishmen said, looking at the green-haired man. And there it was again. If only I had defeated them and no one had imprisoned them, how many would I have killed? Would they have fled sooner or later? Would they have changed? These are questions I would never have to answer if I had killed them. Izuku, calm down. Don't think about that. He thought about how the fishmen would launch themselves at him. What should All Might do? He said in a murmur. The sea breeze caressed Izuku's face as he gazed at the ocean. Doubts flooded his mind. Regret returned. Was ending the lives of all for one and Tamura Shigaraki his responsibility, or were they beyond saving? Had he ended them sooner, would All Might have stayed with him? Would he have stayed with his loved ones? The green-haired boy struck a somewhat thin palm tree, shattering its trunk. The green-haired boy was surprised to see that his strength had increased without needing to use one for all. Izuku, I'm already hurting enough without getting hurt more, he murmured, watching as several splinters pierced his skin. The green-haired boy watched as the wound Dracula Mahawk had inflicted began to bleed. The Mary was almost empty, the only things left were the furniture. Most of the other belongings had been taken away. On the island where they found the Mary, something was happening in one of the villages on the island. Hey, Arlong is coming this way. A villager screamed, frightened and creating panic. What? Another villager shouted. What do you want? I asked another villager, sweating. Didn't we already pay their tribute? A confused villager asked. He must have heard about my weapons, a villager said as the sound of a kind of fan blew above his head. Gen-san, another villager said, worried. Here it comes. Another villager shouted. All the people in the town went into their homes while a large number of fishmen, commanded by a fishman, passed by on the town's main street. So you're the one who was found 3 days ago in a position of weapons, said the fishman who commanded those fishmen, or rather the captain of the Arlong pirates, Arlong, with a bounty of 15 million berries. Yes, that's me. Do you have a problem with a simple collection? I've always liked weapons. President Genzo Kokoyashi said. Arlong, oh, I can't allow that. Guns only cause problems and violence. They are the #1 threat to our peace of mind. Usopp, it's gigantic. I yelled to make Zoro roll his eyes. It's inhuman. Nojiko, he's a fishman. Usopp, but Nami isn't with him. Nojiko, he's definitely in Arlong Park. Arlong, I have 20 villages under my control, and rebels means trouble for me. I destroyed Gosa village as a warning to the other 20 villages. Failure to pay our tribute is rebellion against us. Usopp, tribute? What do you mean? Nojiko, it's money we have to pay them every month. Actually, we have to buy our very lives from them, adults, children, everyone. And if even one person can't pay their tribute, even just one, the village is destroyed, like Gosa. Usopp, that's terrible, an entire village destroyed by just one person. Nojiko, those are Arlong's rules. That's his racial government. He doesn't think twice about killing a human. Arlong, did you hear me, you inferior humans? Don't think. Just keep working and paying. I need a lot of money. Very soon your tribute will become the cornerstone of the Arlong Empire. The empire that will rule all the cities in the East Blue. Usopp, Arlong's empire. Are they trying to create a new country? Will they turn the entire East Blue into a fishman empire? That includes the village where I grew up. Nojiko, whatever happens, happens. All we can do is stay silent and endure it, for now. Usopp, why save money? Zoro, hey, things are getting intense, he said before a scream was heard. Nojiko, General San, Arlong, possession of weapons is an act of rebellion. It is the root of everything that can disturb the peace of our territory, he said, holding Genzo by the neck. Now, to ensure that other rebels like you do not appear, I will have to kill you as a warning to the other peoples. Usopp, that can't be. Just because he had a gun, he's going to kill him for that. I screamed in shock so that Nojiko would run away. Nojiko, he's so selfish. Usopp, hey, you, come back here or you'll die, I yelled as I received a blow to the head. Zoro, shut up, idiot. You're going to get us discovered. Nojiko, how can you be so selfish, Arlong? For 8 years we've paid you tribute without fail. Can't you see he has no intention of rebelling? Take your hands off Gen-san. I shouted for the townspeople to try to stop her. Arlong, what I'm saying is that possessing weapons is an attempt at rebellion. He said with a smile, this man will die to maintain public order in our territory. Or what? Do you want me to wipe out the entire town? He said this to shock the people of the town. If any of you oppose us, I will completely destroy this town. Genzo, everyone go back home. If we start a fight here, all these 8 years will have been for nothing. If you want to risk your lives fighting them, we should have done it 8 years ago. But we all swore we would endure all of this. To survive, I cry out to the people of the town, expressing my concern. Arlong, what a wonderful speech. You speak very well, he said, hitting Genzo on the head. Yes, survival is important. Life is only fun if you can live it, he said, and in an instant, Genzo's head slammed against a wooden support. He knows that resisting is useless. Not all living beings are born equal. Ha 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 ha. He laughed while the villagers were worried about Genzo, who had been thrown to the ground. Humans should live like humans, he said, noticing someone about to hit him. Genzo detangans. I screamed to cough. Do nothing. Arlong, have you heard it? I asked mockingly. But he didn't even use those weapons. He can't do this. They were the cries of frustration from the people. Arlong, what is this? Is this a rebellion I'm hearing? Genzo, if you die now, it will all be over. Never stop fighting, even if you die. I shout to be lifted up by Arlong. Arlong, this is what happens to those who harbor even a little disobedience. Look and learn, humans. I shouted for people to shout Genzo's name, worried. This is an example. Nobody noticed, not even the fishmen. When a small gust of wind formed between them, Genzo fell to the ground as Arlong released his grip, letting out a roar of pain and clutching one of his bleeding eyes. The fishmen, like everyone else, were searching for the culprit behind this stupidity, only to see a young man with his clothes stained with fresh blood walking calmly towards where it was all happening. Arlong, who do you think you are? Who the hell do you think you are, inferior? I screamed furiously, seeing Izuku. Izuku was lost in thought. Wasn't inferior just one of the thousands of ways Bakugo used to belittle them? The green-haired boy was pulled from his thoughts when Arlong lifted a house and hurled it at him as if it were nothing. The green-haired boy used one for all to escape the attack unharmed, or so he thought. Izuku coughed up blood from his injuries. He had developed the habit of activating one for all throughout his entire body every time he used it, only increasing the percentage in his arms when the situation warranted it, but now his body was severely injured, and using one for all hurt like hell. He's still alive, a fish man shouted, pointing at the green-haired man. Arlong, get him, don't let him escape. Catch him and kill him, I yelled furiously, trying to go after the green-haired boy. Hey, take him back to Arlong Park, or he'll destroy the whole town, a fishman screamed, trying to stop Arlong, only to be thrown back by him. Arlong, don't run away, you damned, inferior scum, he roared, heading towards where Izuku had gone, leaving the village in silence. Zoro, we have to go after them, I shouted, standing up. Usopp, but he's strong, he doesn't need help. Zoro, are you an idiot or what? His injury is worse than mine. I don't even know how his arm is still the same, I scream, remembering the confrontation between Izuku and Dracula Mihawk. Izuku stopped in a daze. In front of him were fishmen, and behind him came Arlong accompanied by more fishmen. The green-haired boy just sighed when he saw that there was no one and nothing nearby. Arlong, you let that damned rat escape, he roared, seeing the green-haired boy who said nothing. Izuku, I've lost a lot of blood and I'm still losing it. Why wasn't there a doctor at the restaurant? He thought, remembering how several cooks did their best to at least prevent him from bleeding to death. Arlong took a step towards the green-haired man, only for several of his comrades to be knocked back by black whips that emerged from the man's body. Arlong gritted his teeth, remembering how he had been defeated by a devil fruit user in the past. Izuku covered his arm with black whips to avoid further damage, then connected with a kick to a fishman who tried to attack him. The green-haired boy began dodging the fishman's attacks with relative ease while also counter-attacking. Izuku's danger sensor activated just to dodge some water bullets that hit a fishman behind him, killing it on impact. The green-haired boy saw the fishman's corpse only to receive a blow from Arlong that sent him flying backwards. Izuku, focus. They are pirates. They don't care about killing their own comrades. He thought about dodging other water bullets. The green-haired boy instantly created a smokescreen that surrounded all the fishmen, allowing him to quickly and accurately land blows that knocked them to the ground. The smokescreen didn't last long before it was dispersed by a fishman wearing karate attire. The danger sensor activated, prompting Izuku to throw a kick behind him, only for his leg to be caught by Arlong's jaw, leaving the green-haired boy surprised and cursing himself for not using more of one for all's power. Izuku, my suit was damaged by Dracula Mihawk, but I wouldn't have taken it off, he thought, watching as Arlong had torn a piece of skin from his leg. I'm losing more blood. Why did Dracula Mihawk have to show up and leave us so screwed? He thought as his vision became increasingly blurry, only to feel several blows from different directions. Arlong lifted the green-haired man up. He was ready to break his neck at that moment, but was stopped by one of his officers. Arlong waits. He is the one they have been calling the hero of the East, Kurobe said, stopping Arlong. The Navy doesn't like that, so they're offering money for turning him in. Arlong, how much money? Kurobe, 5 to 10 million berries. He said this so that Arlong would kill the green-haired man on the ground. Arlong, lock him up in Arlong Park. I need to contact a rat. And someone find that damn doctor. He roared as he clutched his eye. The green-haired boy was lifted by a couple of fishmen and taken to Arlong Park. While being taken to Arlong Park, Izuku was still conserving his strength, but he wasn't sure he had enough to defeat them all. He could use it and secure his victory, but the consequences could be deadly, so he would wait for them to relax and then counterattack, or so the green-haired boy thought. Nami had gone to Kokoyashi village only to find out that Arlong had wreaked havoc there. After visiting her mother's grave, she returned to Arlong Park only to see several fishmen dragging someone away. "Kurubi, what are you doing, Nami?" I asked as I saw him approaching his prisoner. "As I know him. It was hard to trick him because he's a clever rat," he said, kneeling in front of Izuku and slapping him on the cheeks. "He is not unconscious." Nami shivered when she saw the green-haired boy's gaze. She received a look of annoyance and fury from him. "Izuku, I heard you complain about them several times. Like you wouldn't be like them, but you're even worse than them." He said this to receive a blow from Nami. "Us, don't compare me to them. Izuku, they say the truth is what hurts the most." In an instant, Nami drew her knife and stabbed the green-haired boy in the chest. The green-haired boy let out a small laugh and spat blood at Nami, who was pulled away by Kurubi. "Kurubi, what do you think you're doing? That's money we lost. Us, don't worry, I'll pay Arlong everything," he said, walking away while hiding his hand, which wouldn't stop trembling. "Kurubi, damn it. Get rid of the body before Arlong-san finds out." Both Gyojis nodded quickly and took the green-haired boy's body away before their boss found out. Nami locked herself in a bathroom while trying to wash the blood off her face. Her hands wouldn't stop trembling, and she couldn't take it anymore. That tough girl mask shattered into hundreds of pieces. At sea, Luffy and Yosaku were sailing on a smaller ship than the Mary. The bounty hunter and the Straw Hat captain were accompanied by 3 acquaintances, Kuina, Reiju, and Sanji. Their journey was peaceful until a monster resembling a cow emerged from the depths of the sea. "Luffy, what is that? A cow?" I asked with my mouth full, looking at the sea monster. "Sanji, is it smaller than a king of the sea? Maybe a baby," he said while Yosaku was in complete shock. "Moo, moo, moo moo," the sea cow, part of the Arlong crew, said, confused, that he had gone out in the wrong place. "Yosaku, why is there a beast like this in the East Blue? It's impossible. They belong in the Grand Line. I shouted to let you know the cow wanted something. He wants our food." "Luffy, what? Yosaku, give it to him or our ship will sink." "Reiju, why are they making such a fuss?" I ask, annoyed, as I leave the ship's kitchen to see the sea cow. "And where did that one come from?" "Luffy, he wants our food," I yelled, preparing to hit the sea cow, only to receive a blow to the head. "Sanji, wait, idiot, maybe he's injured, that's why he can't hunt," he said, taking a plate of food so that Luffy would let out a grunt. "Take it," he said this so that the sea cow would open its mouth to try to eat the plate of food. "And Sanji, what's wrong with you, you wretch?" he yelled angrily, kicking the sea cow when it tried to eat him. "Yosaku, what are you doing?" I screamed to see the sea cow lunge at them. "He's going to sink the ship." Before the sea cow attacked the ship, a pink cloud of smoke flew towards it. The sea cow became dizzy from the pink cloud until it fell unconscious and sank into the sea. Sanji shrugged, knowing what had happened, while Yosaku and Luffy were amazed by the mysterious event they had just witnessed. "Queen, did you eat a devil fruit too?" I asked, raising an eyebrow as I look at the pink-haired girl. "Reiju, something like that," he said with a smile. Zoro was dragging Usopp, who was screaming nonsense and dying of fear. The swordsman had managed to see them taking the other green-haired man, most likely towards the enemy's base, so they would go and get him out of there before he died from his wounds or was executed. "Johnny, brother!" The bounty hunter screamed in total terror, attracting Zoro's attention, who then released Usopp. "Brother!" I screamed, falling to my knees in front of Zoro. "Zoro, what's going on?" "Johnny's sister Nami. Sister Nami murdered brother Midoriya," I screamed to be held by Zoro's shirt. "Zoro, I don't want any games right now, Johnny. Johnny, I'm not playing around," she screamed as tears fell from her eyes. I saw him. They would have given him to the Marines for the bounty on his head, but Sister Nami pierced his chest with a knife. Zoro gritted his teeth. What would he do now? The order he'd received was to bring back the witch, but now, with this, what should he do? Avenge the green-haired man and then comfort Luffy. Wait for the captain to come. But the captain was an idiot. He didn't know what the swordsman should do in this situation. Meanwhile, at Arlong Park, a marine ship had been spotted by the fishmen and the people of the villages. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Luffy and his cruise ship had arrived. Arlong thought that Marine Rat would come to give him his reward, but it seemed it was another division that came for him. After the ship fired on his base, he decided they were dead. The people of the villages lost hope as they watched the marine ship being swallowed by the sea and disappearing. Zoro sat on a rock, pondering what to do. The atmosphere was so tense that Johnny and Usopp remained completely silent. Suddenly, footsteps approached the group, causing the swordsman to look up. Zoro, Luffy, we're here, he said with a smile, noting the absence of two people. Have you found Nami yet? And where's Izuku? Zoro, Luffy, Nami, assassin Izuku, he said this, leaving the newcomers in shock. Luffy, what are you saying, Zoro? Zoro, Nami, assassino e Izuku. Luffy, yes, I heard it. But why are you saying such nonsense? I asked, annoyed, grabbing the swordsman's shirt, who was annoyed. Zoro, you're saying I'm lying. That damn woman handed you over to that damn clown and they almost blew you to bits, you idiot. Luffy, she wouldn't kill him because we're nakamas. Who are you calling nakama? A voice that everyone recognized asked, and that was the voice of the redhead. What are they doing here? Luffy, what are you saying? You're our nakama, we came for you. As I didn't tell you to do it, nakama. Don't make me laugh. I just needed some cooperation, don't you remember? Sanji, Nami, Swan, it's me. Do you remember me? Let's travel together. Zoro, stay out of this, idiot. You're only making things worse. Sanji, what did you say, you wretch? Love is a hurricane. Johnny, didn't you listen to Brother Zoro? This woman is a witch. She joined Arlong's crew and killed people without a second thought. Just to monopolize the village and keep the treasure hidden within it. She's always been a damn traitor. She's been deceiving us. She killed Brother Midoriya. I saw it with my own eyes. I shout, pointing at Nami. Usan, what are you going to do? Will you kill me to avenge him? Johnny drew his sword, but then Sanji kicked him, sending him crashing into a tree, which was the last straw for Zoro. Zoro, I'm fed up with this crap, he screamed as he drew his katanas. Where is Izuku? Maybe they fed it to the animals, or it's at the bottom of the sea. Go and check it out. Sanji, what do you think you're doing, you wretch? I yelled, throwing the kick at Zoro, who barely dodged it. Can a swordsman raise his sword against a lady, Roronoa Zoro? Queen, yes, you can, he said, with a drop of sweat forming on his brow, remembering the past. Reiju, you need to calm down, Sanji. You're only making things worse by not thinking with your brain. She's right. You should calm down and fight off this island. Stop sticking your noses where they don't belong. Don't you understand? I was only with you for my own benefit. Now that you have nothing, I'm not interested in you anymore. Usopp, and what about the Mary? Usi was thinking of selling it, but if they leave that island like this, I'll give them back their things so they can go and look for the One Piece or whatever. Zoro and Izuku. I asked so that the redhead will remain silent. Is that what Luffy thought? He said, only to be shocked to see him lie down on the ground. Luffy, I'm going to bed. Zoro, what the hell are you doing? Someone on the crew just got killed and this is your fucking reaction. What kind of captain are you? Annoyed shout, lifting Luffy off the ground, who didn't know how to react. If you can't handle a situation like this, you don't deserve to be called captain. I screamed, causing Luffy to fall to the ground, where he was left in shock. The swordsman retreated, followed by the two bounty hunters, and a few seconds later by Kuina. Luffy was left alone, staring at the sky. What should he do? What would Shanks do in a situation like this? In a small river that ran through Konami Island, far from the villages on the island, the water flowing in the river was tinged with a reddish color. Drops of water and blood began to stain the grass near the river. Sitting on the grass, Izuku stared at his wrist. There was a hole in it, just like the one in his chest where the orange-haired girl had stabbed him. The green-haired boy sighed and stood up. If he hadn't used a black whip to pierce his own arm, preventing the knife from reaching a vital organ, he most likely would have died. Izuku stood up, using the black whips to prevent the wounds from opening further. Seeing the sea a few meters away, doubts began to creep into the green-haired boy's mind. It was the perfect moment to get away from these pirates, but if he did, all the people of that island would remain under Arlong's tyranny. Izuku being with them has only brought me problems, he thought, remembering the Shishibukai, but I can't leave things like this. He thought about walking inland. The green-haired boy knew his body well, having broken bones he didn't even know he had. But aside from that, Izuku knew that using FA Jin, or gear shift, could have serious consequences in the future, especially given his current state, and that increasing his use of one for all, too much could also have serious consequences. Izuku one more time, he said, beginning his walk. Zoro sat on a rock, still annoyed by the childish attitude his captain displayed in the face of the death of one of his own. He could behave like an idiot most of the time, but when they needed a captain, he had to be a captain. Queen, are you going to keep that face on all day? I ask so that Zoro lets out a huff. Do you seriously think someone who fought Dracula Mihawk died that easily? Zoro don't know, he said as Yosaku covered Johnny's mouth. All of this is pushing me to my limit. Queen, reaching the limit? I asked, raising an eyebrow. That boy who endured 2,000 defeats and still kept trying, he said with a small smile, leaning on the swordsman, causing him to blush. What will we do now, or will you just leave your words hanging in the air? Zoro'll wait and see what happens. Johnny was on the ground catching his breath because Yosaku wasn't letting him breathe. But then Johnny panicked when he saw someone appear behind Yosaku. Nojiko was in the orchard outside her home picking tangerines when she heard several loud crashes at her house. With a sigh, Nojiko returned home to find several windows and furniture smashed. Nojiko, great. Thanks for breaking everything, Nami, he said, noticing how the redhead was sobbing. What happened? He said, approaching his sister. Nojiko killed someone, she said, remembering the green-haired boy, which made her hands tremble. He didn't want it, she said, bursting into tears, and was comforted by her sister. Nokiho, so they really came for you. Now I understand why you've been acting like this. Friends. The hardest thing for you, right, sister? He said, looking at Nami asleep at the table, and let out a sigh. Did you really do it, sister? She wondered, looking sadly at her sister. Luffy, you're still alive. Izuku, he said, running towards the green-haired boy who stepped aside. Did Nami do all that to you? Izuku, some things, yes. Sanji, I knew Nami Swan wouldn't do something like that, he said, smoking his cigarette, which made the swordsman sigh. Queen, so what will we do? Will we leave or will we keep insisting? I ask so that the green-haired boy sighs. Reiju, weren't there 2 bounty hunters with you? I ask Zoro, who just shrugs. Izuku, I'll do something. Things can't stay like this. It's useless. You can't do anything against Arlong's power, and that's already been shown. A girl's voice spoke to get the group's attention. Sanji, that's beautiful, I scream with my eyes filled with hearts. Usopp, Nojiko, he said, looking at the girl. Luffy, who is she? Usopp, Nami's older sister. Sanji, Nami's sister is just as beautiful as her, she said, dancing with hearts in her eyes so that Reiju would feel sorry for her. Nojiko, so you're still alive. You even deceived her, he said, looking at the green-haired boy who said nothing. You'd better not waste your time. You'd better not interfere in our affairs. I'll tell you how it all started, and then you can leave. The green-haired boy was in the merry as he put on his suit. That suit he once thought he'd use to save people with a smile. That smile he lost in order to save everyone. The green-haired boy shook his head as he tried to forget. Izuku remembered everything Nojiko had told them. Their past was harsh. Both had been adopted by his mother after their home was destroyed by pirates. They had problems like any family, but that was nothing compared to when Arlong and his crew arrived on the island, killing all those who tried to defend themselves. Among them was Nami and Nojiko's mother, who was murdered by Arlong in front of them. For 8 years, Nami had been working for Arlong as a cartographer and stealing to buy his villa. The green-haired boy looked at his backpack and saw how it was completely empty of everything he had acquired, something that, in these circumstances, he no longer cared about, to be honest. Izuku put on his mask and saw his reflection for a few moments in a mirror. The reflection of a monster, whom anyone in this place would call a pirate, or that of a hero. The green-haired boy put that question behind him. He had to go see the orange-haired girl because, according to Nojiko, she was feeling very bad for having killed him. Meanwhile, in Kokoyashi village, a marine ship had arrived, asking the villagers to take them to the house of a woman named Nami. The Marines were on their way to the orange-haired woman's house, unaware of what they were planning. Nami saw the marine checks on the table, containing millions of berries and the gold pieces Gaiman had given them. Everything the green-haired boy owned. Nami threw it all to the floor in one swift motion. Was all of that worth the green-haired boy's life? Nami wondered, but then she looked through one of the broken windows and saw the Marines arriving. Izuku stretched after the heated talk with the orange-haired girl's sister, having learned everything the people of the islands had endured because of the fishman Arlong. Izuku needed to do something for these people, even if they refused to ask for help against that monster. Izuku, getting involved where you don't belong is what makes you a hero, right, All Might? He asked himself, clenching his hand to activate One for All for a few moments. At that moment, Izuku heard the sound of a gunshot that could not be mistaken for anything else. The green-haired boy put on his mask along with his face mask so that the rays of One for All would cover parts of his body. Nami clenched her fists until they almost bled as she watched the scene unfold before her eyes. Her sister had been shot by the men of Marine Captain Nezumi, who had come in search of everything she had been stealing for years. The urge to cry overwhelmed Nami as she listened to Nezumi's disgusting laughter while his men loaded up all the gold and money she had been hiding so she could pay for her village and finally be rid of Arlong. "Nezumi, what's wrong with you?" the Navy captain shouted in annoyance when he bumped into something, or rather someone. Nezumi looked up only to see something that terrified him, while a small memory of this morning, before he received Arlong's call to come and get a thief, flashed through his mind. "Capitan Nezumi," a soldier shouted, running towards the man, who sighed in annoyance. "Nezumi, now what?" "It's from headquarters, it's urgent," the soldier said, making Nezumi's eyes shine. "Nezumi, it's my promotion to Commodore," he shouted with excitement only to become depressed when they showed him a sign. "Headquarters reports that we must be wary of this pirate. It is said that he faced a shishib." The soldier said this only so that the sign would be snatched from his hands. "Nezumi, I don't mind," he said, looking over at the sign, intending to tear it to pieces and throw it on the ground. "Clean this up, soldier." Now, the soldier began picking up the pieces while Nezumi went to answer a call. Among the pieces the soldier was collecting, the number 75 could be seen. "Nezumi, fire!" he screamed, but no bullet hit Izuku since all his men were carrying bags of money or gold. "Asai Izuku," she whispered with her hands over her mouth as tears began to flow. "Izuku, hero or villain, seaman or pirate. In any side there can be good and bad people, like gods for some and demons for others," he said, while beneath his mask there was a tired look. "Which side am I on?" Before Nezumi could say anything, Izuku grabbed his head and slammed it against the ground, shattering his nose and mouth. It wasn't worth listening to what that kind of person had to say. With a glance at the rest of the Marines, he said, "Drop everything," and they let go of him and ran away, avoiding ending up like their captain. "Izuku, he hasn't lost much blood yet. If he goes with her now, it won't be anything serious." He said this so that Genzo nodded and carried Nojiko in his arms to go to the village with the doctor. "You're still alive," he said without recovering so that Izuku wouldn't understand anything. "Izuku, what's happening here ends today," she said, as she was leaving. "I knew where Arlong was." In the calm belt, the home of the Sea Kings, stood a navy vessel that remained untouched by the Sea Kings thanks to the technology of the scientific genius Vegapunk. But the truly surprising sight wasn't a navy vessel in the calm belt, but the Sea King himself, split in half and adrift in the sea. "Mihawk, tell me, Vice Admiral, why did you put a bounty on him and not on his grandson?" he said, placing the reward poster offering 75 million for Deku on the table. "Garp, that idiot Morgans was to blame. Besides, you failed the mission." He said this so Mihawk could adjust his hat. "Mihawk, is there a problem with that?" I asked questions to make the atmosphere hostile until the Vice Admiral started laughing. "Garp, none. I don't give a damn what those guys at the top say either." He said he wanted some cookies. "I just hope my idiot grandson knows what he's getting himself into." Izuku stopped halfway through Arlong Park when a person standing so calmly on a rock made him stop. "Queen, you know we don't have permission from the captain, right?" "Izuku, I'm not a pirate." "Queen, then why are you traveling with us?" "Izuku, our paths crossed, period," he said, just to see Kuina draw her sword. "Queen, maybe I'm not at Hawkeye's level yet, but I can kill you," he said, pointing his katana at Izuku. "Are you an ally or an enemy?" Izuku sighed. Only Hawkeye had been able to give him that feeling of death he had felt in his final fight. "Mr. Morgans, Why do we call Deku a hero? Wouldn't revolutionary or marine be better? I ask so that a large bird will laugh. Morgan sailor, pirate, revolutionary. We need something new to attract the public. The Navy hero Garp was a sensation for years and no other hero has been born. A hero who isn't associated with the Navy will attract the public with his exploits, she shouted, stretching her arms as she looked up at the sky. Izuku sighed as he jumped back and hovered in the air thanks to float, only to see the swordswoman who hadn't taken her eyes off him after attacking him. Izuku, I won't waste my time with this, he said to land on the ground after deactivating hover. Kuina launched herself at the green-haired boy at her maximum speed, coming within centimeters of him. She only took a few steps back when a large amount of smoke blurred her vision. Kuina expected to see Izuku's shadow in the smoke so she could counterattack when he tried to attack, but that never happened. The Navy ship Arlong-san has already embarked at Kokoyashi village, reported Gyojin to Arlong. Arlong, bring him in when the first order is finished, he roared with a bandage covering half of his face. Bring that bastard here. I'll torture him before I hand him over, he screamed with a sadistic smile on his face. Several fish men sweated nervously because Nami had killed the hero of the East, or at least that's what they called him without the mask, since he was a different person with it. And now what had happened to one of the 7 Shishibukai? Johnny and Yosaku lay wounded on the ground, their backs against the wall surrounding Arlong Park. Both bounty hunters had tried to defeat Arlong, but without success, being defeated by his men. Johnny, is that Aniki? I asked with pain, watching as Izuku walked towards them. Yosaku, we are safe, she said with small tears in her eyes. Both bounty hunters watched as Izuku stood before the steel gate at the entrance to the Arlong Park courtyard. Without saying a word, both bounty hunters moved as far away as they could, only to witness Izuku strike the gate, sending it flying through the entire Arlong Park. Arlong, who is the idiot who dares to challenge me? He said through gritted teeth, seeing the chaos that had been generated in a second. To me, the king of the sea. Izuku, I'm not interested. I came to put an end to all this, he said, emerging from the dust that had risen up, only to see a large number of fishmen. How dare you speak to Arlong-san like that? An angry fishman shouted as he approached Izuku. Who the hell do you think you are? Another fishman asked, emerging from the seawater that flowed into the courtyard of Arlong Park. Izuku, I don't want to waste time. Izuku advanced forward as both fishmen faced the green-haired boy. Only seconds later, both fell to the ground unconscious after receiving a blow to the stomach. The other fishmen became defensive upon seeing two of their own fall so easily and without knowing the reason. The danger sensor activated, allowing Izuku to dodge water bullets hurtling towards him as more fishmen charged. A smoke screen rose up throughout Arlong Park, gradually dissipating with each impact. Arlong, how could he have escaped? He roared furiously, recognizing those Akuma no Mi powers, while holding one of his own. I don't know, the fishman said, in Arlong's clutches, before being slammed to the ground by Arlong's fury, which was blinding him. Arlong rose from his throne, his eye turning blood red, as the smoke dissipated, revealing all his henchmen lying unconscious on the ground, and that inferior human standing tall. Izuku sighed, frowning beneath his mask. The pain from his injuries was excruciating, but if he finished it all at once, he could finally rest. Izuku dodged a blow from Arlong, took a few steps back, and landed a kick to the bottom of the fishman's jaw, shattering all his teeth. Izuku braced himself on one leg to spin around and deliver a kick to Arlong's side, sending him flying into the Arlong Park building. Arlong spat blood as he lay amidst rubble surrounded by maps, the maps he had been forcing Nami to create over the years. Arlong, I can't lose. I'll show them they're wrong, he thought, getting up from the ground as several memories flooded his mind. If humans call us monsters, that's what we'll be, he thought as he stood up as best he could, only to see a shadow covering him. Arlong understood at that moment. Everyone could have their own monsters. Humans called them monsters for being different, but among humans themselves there were monsters worse than them. With another blow, Arlong was sent crashing to the ground again, crashing through the building as he felt his jaw almost being ripped off by the force of the blow. Arlong spat blood on the ground only to receive a kick to the stomach that sent him crashing through the upper floors as maps flew all over the place. Izuku held Arlong by his shirt as the fishman was covered in his own blood, his breathing weak. Izuku dropped Arlong to the ground, only to see his gloves stained with blood. With one swift movement, he wiped the blood off, only to hear someone behind him and turn around. "Why did you do it?" I asked, on the verge of tears, seeing that I could finally be free after all. "Why did you help me?" "Izuku, because I'm a hero," he said, walking past Nami as he left. "Or at least I was," Ansei said as he walked away, and behind him the Arlong Park building collapsed. The most dangerous pirate in the East Blue had fallen, like so many other renowned pirates in such a short time, something the Marines hadn't been able to achieve in years. When the news became public, it would be a blow to the Marines and the world government, who boast of their justice. Izuku sighed as he gazed at the starry sky from a tree branch outside Kokoyashi village. The villagers would have liked to celebrate their hero, but Izuku was never comfortable with celebrations. He preferred to be alone, as he had been throughout his childhood. "Izuku, I think it's best to leave," he said, standing on the tree branch as he gazed at the vast sea. After Arlong was defeated, the Marines mobilized to the location where the dreaded pirate had reportedly fallen. The Marines had some difficulty capturing the nearly 20 fishmen, but it wasn't impossible for them. But the leader of that movement decided to retreat with the captured fishmen and not confront the person responsible after seeing him. It was something that should have been reported immediately to the higher-ups. Izuku sighed as he finished putting on his suit and opened his backpack, where he found the things Nami had stolen. He didn't like the idea of taking all that, but he also didn't want to be left with nothing to eat. Izuku put the backpack on his back and was ready to leave, but a voice stopped him. "Are you leaving without saying goodbye?" The cook's sister from the Mugiwara crew said this to make the green-haired man turn to look at her. "Why so serious now?" "Izuku, I don't belong here," he said this to make Reiju smile slightly. "Reiju, you seem very comfortable." "Izuku, he doesn't understand. I don't belong to this world," he thought, closing his eyes. "Reiju, we will depart tomorrow morning. From what I've heard, our destination is the city where the Pirate King was executed." "Izuku can't." Reiju didn't be so distant. He shook his head and said, "No, no. Aren't we friends?" "Friends." The last time the green-haired boy had friends, he had to fight them to keep them safe, since they couldn't match the threat that stalked him. Reiju smiled victoriously as she watched Izuku leave his backpack where it was, unaware that the green-haired boy had decided that this would be his last trip. Izuku, as always, leaned against a wall while watching the others load supplies for their upcoming journey. A few minutes passed as they waited for someone, who turned out to be Nami, believing she would return to the ship. And they were right. Nami ordered the others to raise the anchor to set sail. As the Mary moved away from the dock, Nami jumped aboard at the last moment, pulling out dozens of bags and purses and smiling at the people who had robbed her. Nami's people said goodbye to her with laughter and relief that it was all finally over. Nami picked up the purses she had dropped on the floor, only to glance sideways at the green-haired boy still leaning against the wall, trying to focus her attention on what he was doing. He hadn't been able to apologize properly after everything he had done to them. And even more so, after quite a few hours, they had arrived at their last destination in the East Blue before going to the Grand Line, Logatown, the city of the beginning and the end. Before Nami could give instructions not to cause a scene, she noticed that Izuku was no longer there inside. Why am I surprised? I tried to kill him," he thought, only to feel a light tap on his back. "Reiju, give it some time," she said, prompting the redhead to nod. Izuku was walking through the streets of Logatown when he saw some Marines taking down posters to put up new ones. With the help of the black whips, Izuku took a poster without them noticing and sighed. "Izuku, genial," he muttered, slightly annoyed, as he let the air carry the sign away. Izuku continued walking towards the Marine base, taking advantage of the fact that his poster showed him with the mask and not without it. He didn't know how long it would take them to publish one with and without the mask, since they looked like two very different people. News had spread around the world. Meanwhile, on some island in the Grand Line, a pirate group was terrified to find Dracula Mahawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, standing before them. "Wow, Hawkeye, welcome," a man said seriously, looking at the person named. "I'm not feeling very well right now." "Are you here to fight?" Mihawk, no, I have no interest in fighting a man who only has one arm like you. I've come across an interesting group, he said, taking a sign out of his pants pocket, and one of them reminded me of something you told me a long time ago about a village and a very happy child. So it's finally time, Luffy Akami Shanks said with a smile, looking at the 12 million bounty poster for the boy with the straw hat. Mihawk, apparently, he was the only pirate left standing after the pirate hunt in the East Blue. Shanks, huh? What do you mean? He said this while drinking sake. Mihawk, civilians call him a hero. The Navy calls him an enemy. But I would call him a monster. Izuku looked at the city while a young marine validated the checks from the pirate captures she had made in the last couple of weeks. Thank you very much for cooperating with the Navy, the young marine said, handing an envelope to Izuku. Izuku, thank you. As Izuku left the marine facility, he watched dozens of soldiers begin to move, along with a man who proudly bore the marine symbol. Izuku knew two things could have happened. Either they realized they were in the city, or more pirates had arrived. Meanwhile, where the Pirate King had been executed, another execution would take place, that of Monkey D. Luffy at the hands of two pirates who were presumed missing, Alvida and Buggy, along with their crew, former enemies of Mugiwara who sought revenge. Straw Hat's crewmates fought their way through Buggy's crew as a storm began to lash the island. Luffy just smiled as he apologized to his crewmates. When the clown Buggy was about to cut off Straw Hat's head, lightning struck the platform because of the metal. The Marine Captain Smoker was surprised by the pirate's reaction, which was very similar to the one the Pirate King had before he died. Thanks to his Devil Fruit and the Marines' Anti-Demon Fruit team, Captain Smoker immobilized Alvida, Buggy, and his crew in seconds to pursue the Straw Hats who had escaped to their ship. Zoro, where were you? Queen, huh? Shopping with the other girls. Why, Luffy, there's someone in front of us. I shouted, only to tilt my head in confusion. Kuina, Sanji, there are two Kuinas-sans, she said, looking with heart-shaped eyes at the girl who was with them. Zoro, that's why. I shouted, pointing at Tashigi, while Kuina was also surprised. Why do you look like me? Both girls shouted while pointing at each other. I asked first. They shouted again to draw their katanas. Zoro, we don't have time for this. He shouted to draw his katana and in one swift movement disarmed Tashigi. Luffy, let's go, Sanji screamed, followed by Zoro dragging Kuina along behind the other two. This won't end like this. Both girls screamed again at the same time. Curse. As they continued running towards the ship, someone else got in their way, Captain Smoker of the Navy headquarters. Smoker, here you are. Mugiwara no Luffy. Luffy, who are you? Smoker, my name is Smoker, Captain of the Marine headquarters, and I won't let you go back to sea, he said, and his arms turned into smoke. Luffy, who, what's going on? He screamed as the smoke lifted him up. Sanji, idiot, he said, running towards Smoker. Leave the captain alone, I screamed, kicking Smoker in the face, who turned into smoke. Smoker, I'm not interested in weaklings. White blow, he said this as he used his free arm to slam Sanji against a wall. Luffy, Sanji, I screamed to see Smoker. Bastard, he said, stretching out his arm and striking Smoker's chest, who turned into smoke. Smoker, how come he didn't catch you? I asked over Luffy to slam him to the ground. Looks like your luck has run out. He reached for the weapon he was carrying on his back, but someone stopped him. Well, I don't think so. A figure spoke from behind Smoker, leaving him in shock. Smoker too, he said while Luffy asked who he was. The government is after you. And the world is waiting for our answer, said the voice of the smiling figure. At that moment, the storm intensified with each passing second, only for Luffy to be freed from Smoker and pulled out by Sanji, who arrived with Zoro and Kuina as they continued running towards the ship. Smoker, why are you helping him? Dragon, and why are you stopping him? Luffy and his crew had reached the Mary to set sail thanks to the storm, but they weren't the only ones the storm had helped. With everything ready to set sail, the Straw Hats took to the sea once more. Reiju, hey! I shouted, trying to get everyone's attention. Izuku is not on board, he shouted after checking the inside of the ship. Everyone was shocked by what the pink-haired girl said, only to see the coast of Logatown and a green figure in the middle of the storm. Luffy quickly signaled to turn around, but the storm would make that impossible and could cause the ship to sink. Zoro sighed and patted Luffy on the back. The swordsman had seen this coming sooner or later. Sanji just lit a cigarette in the middle of the storm while Nami wiped the water off her face, since she hadn't been able to apologize properly. Reiju sighed in disappointment, thinking she hadn't managed to make him stay, while Kuina was indifferent and Usopp was grateful that he could finally sleep with both eyes closed. Izuku, here our paths diverge, he said, looking at the ship in the distance, to turn around as the ferocity of the storm continued. It was a pleasure meeting you. The storm seemed endless, and Izuku realized this while on top of a house after several failed attempts to read a map. Izuku, well, he sighed as he watched the map fly off into the distance. It will be wherever destiny takes me, he said, gazing at the vast sea. Izuku once again adjusted his equipment before activating float, and began to float above the city of Logatown while supporting himself with the help of One for All and the Black Whips. Izuku sighed at his bad luck when he was too far away to see the island where Logatown was located and realized that where he had gone was the same path the storm had taken. The wielder of One for All could dispel the storm as his master once did, but he didn't want to attract any more unwanted attention, so even as he continued to get soaked by the storm's rain, he kept moving through the air hoping to escape the storm or find solid ground, whichever came first. Fleet Admiral Sengoku sighed upon seeing the order he had received from his superiors to replace one of the Shishibukai, as one of them had lost the usefulness he had held for years, and that was Gecko Moria. Replacing one of the Shishibukai was a serious matter, as the formation hadn't been changed in years, and the disappearance of one of these heroes would be highly suspicious, potentially arousing suspicion among the new candidates. Sengoku was reviewing the documents related to the Shishibukai and saw one about a young pirate from 2 years ago who would have been an excellent replacement, but unfortunately he had joined one of the Yonko and was now his second in command. Sengoku saw the names of pirates who had recently entered the Grand Line: Eustace Kid, Monkey D. Luffy, X-Drake, Trafalgar Law. Among other names, there were others on the list he had recently been given, but one caught his attention: someone who had not entered the Grand Line. Sengoku Izuku Midoriya, aka Deku, didn't enter the Grand Line with the Straw Hats as planned. Where did he go? He wondered as he read the report. They could control the new pirates across the 4 seas thanks to the Cipher Pole's branches, but once they entered the Grand Line, it was nearly impossible to track a ship for days in that treacherous sea. The upper parts of Izuku's suit lay on some rocks as he changed the wet bandage for a dry one, capable of covering his healing wounds. Izuku was relieved that the wounds hadn't reopened during the journey to the island. Izuku, I should take a break and eat something. I don't know how long I've been using my quirks, he said, but then he heard a faint singing, like the song of a bird. Izuku shook his head as his body felt relaxed. The green-haired boy leaned against a rock, gazing at the vast sea, then seconds later at the blue sky, until everything went dark. So it was all a dream, a voice said as it stood up, so that explosions could be heard in the distance. A world of pirates. What a curious dream, but the rest is over. Joven Midoriya, a voice spoke through the communicator, prompting Izuku to answer. Someone dangerous has appeared near where he was resting. Izuku understood. All Might. You interrupted my rest. I'll finish him off quickly, he said, turning the communicator off again. Izuku sighed wearily as he gazed at the statue of the man he admired most, and also the one he had left behind to keep him safe and prevent him from being harmed because of him. Izuku slowly turned around to see those he once called comrades standing meters away as lightning struck behind him. Izuku, what are you doing here? Uraraka, we're worried about you, Deku-kun. Izuku, you have nothing to worry about. I'm fine. Go back to the academy. He said it just to hear some applause. Bakugo, great, amazing. Now that you're All Might's successor, do you think you're better than everyone else, or am I wrong, nerd? Izuku, only I can do it. Ashido, let's go back together, Midoriya. Izuku, for others to keep smiling, someone must sacrifice their smile. Iida, we can't let you continue like this, Midoriya. You'll never get anywhere like this, he said so that Izuku wouldn't answer. Uraraka, let's go, guys. I don't understand. I didn't understand why they insisted so much. I don't understand why they tried to stop me. I don't understand why I'm piercing my friend's chest while he hugs me like I'm his brother. Iida, everything's going to be alright, Midoriya, he said, hugging Izuku as he had pierced his chest with his arm. Everything will be alright. It's time to wake up. The light blinded the green-haired boy for a few moments as he lay on the ground. Izuku sat up where he had fallen, only to see the figure of an angel pass in front of him. Izuku shook his head a little as his eyes adjusted to the light. "Hey, are you okay?" It was the voice of a worried girl asking about the green-haired boy who had gotten used to the sunlight. "Don't move. Those wounds are bad." Izuku blushed after quite some time when he saw the angel's face, too close to him just to get a better look. Two-toned red and blue hair held in two ponytails and two buns. He never knew what girls' hairstyles were called, and she wore some kind of headphones. "Izuku, I'm fine," he told the girl to take a few steps back. Just collapse," he said it just to notice something. "And that's being okay." The girl screamed, surprised and annoyed at the same time, only to hear a thud. "Ah, is he dead?" It was the scream the girl let out when the green-haired boy fell to the ground bleeding. One of the wounds had reopened, causing bleeding that, due to Izuku's collapse, he didn't attend to in time. The sunlight was hitting his face directly, so he slowly sat up while holding his head. The green-haired man saw that his chest was bandaged while the top part of his suit was folded on a small table. "Izuku, what was that dream about? And who was that girl?" He said this only to feel excruciating pain throughout his body. Izuku was about to stand up even though his body was screaming at him not to, but then he heard a scream at the same time as several glass objects shattered on the floor. A few seconds later, the green-haired boy saw that girl enter, sweating slightly, with a nervous smile as she carried a tray with what appeared to be tea. "Oh, you're awake now," the girl said, placing the tray on a table. "I thought you'd sleep for a couple of days. Gordon said your injuries were too severe for you to live." "Izuku, I'm used to these kinds of injuries," he said it even though his body screamed the opposite. "Well, it didn't seem that way when I found you lying on the ground," the girl said, crossing her arms, which made Izuku sigh. "Izuku, by the way, which island are we on?" Elegia was formerly known as the Island of Music, the girl said with a smile. The green-haired man noticed that smile. A smile that tried to hide something, but although one part of him told him to help her, another, more rational part told him that he should be more cautious in his movements. "Izuku, all right." "True," the girl said, bursting into laughter. "I'm Yuta Salad Head," she said with a smile, looking at the green-haired boy who just lay back down. "Izuku, my name is Izuku Midoriya, palette of flavors," he said, causing Yuta to puff out his cheeks while he covered his face with his arms. "Yuta, okay, I'll let you rest, broccoli." She said she was leaving the room and sighed when she saw that Izuku didn't answer her anymore. Still lying in bed, the green-haired man sighed, recalling moments from that strange dream. He hadn't thought about those he once called friends since he had to confront them to keep them safe from whoever was behind him and the power that had left him. He hadn't even thought about how those closest to him were, his mother and little Eri. He only had one thing on his mind, and that was to end all for one and everything connected to that evil being. Yuta saw the newspaper that had arrived on the island and frowned as she looked at Deku's poster. Even though he had told her that his name was Izuku Midoriya, his mask matched the one on the poster perfectly. "Yuta, pirate or hero? Ally or enemy of justice, is the green-masked man." She read the newspaper headline while looking at several pictures of Izuku. Yuta took the green-haired boy's wanted poster and tore it to pieces. He couldn't be a hero when he was just as young as her. He couldn't change this rotten world by pretending to be a hero while his other side was that of a pirate. "Good afternoon, young man," a man with a somewhat Frankenstein-like appearance said to the green-haired man as he entered the room. "Izuku, are you Gordon, or am I mistaken?" "Gordon, you're not wrong, young man. Izuku, this place is very quiet." "Gordon, it's been like this for several years, since the only inhabitants are Yuta and myself," he said, which was no surprise to the green-haired boy, as he watched nightfall through a window. "Izuku, it's a beautiful place. What happened to cause it to be completely abandoned?" "Gordon, a pirate attack wiped everyone out, even with the help of the Marines, leaving only Yuta and me abandoned by the world." He said this so that Izuku nodded slowly. He had seen before how atrocious pirates could be. "Please don't be angry with Yuta if she bothers you. After so many years, she's interacting with someone her own age." "Izuku, there's no problem. A new day began, only for the sun's rays to awaken Yuta. She had fallen asleep the night before after writing new lyrics for a song. Yuta yawned as she rubbed one of her eyes, only to remember that she was no longer alone with Gordon on the island. Yuta tidied her hair a little before going to see the green-haired boy who had arrived on the island earlier. Yuta peeked her head out of the door that led to the room where the green-haired boy had stayed, only to see that there was no trace of him, but the upper part of his garments were still there. Izuku, so there's no news from them. He said to take an apple with a black whip and eat it. The green-haired boy had found a newspaper with his wanted poster torn down, and according to Gordon, only the Yuta remained, and one can imagine why he did it. The green-haired boy continued reading the newspaper, which mentioned a few things: the escape of former Captain Morgan, the pirate Eustace, Captain Kid destroys a village, and the princess of the kingdom of Arabasta is still missing. Izuku, you should let the wounds heal and get moving again, he said, having finished eating the apple. At sunset, the green-haired boy had been called by Gordon to eat. Once he arrived, he noticed Yuta's absence. Izuku, she's not here because I'm a pirate, right? I ask so that Gordon sighs. Gordon, yes, this world has shown her the worst of it, and she wants to change that. He said this so that Izuku leaned back in the chair while looking at the sky. She wants to create an ideal world for everyone. Izuku, that's just a dream. Humans are a very unpleasant species, he said, to Gordon's surprise. The green-haired one remembered all those years when his idol, as a symbol of peace, tried to change the world, but even so, discrimination, poverty, murder, abuse of power, and people who were not happy with the world still existed. Izuku, there will always be people who disagree, and people who just want to watch the world burn, he said, recalling a young adult with white hair who in his last moments realized the truth. Perhaps there is salvation for us humans, but it's impossible to make a change of such magnitude in such a short time. Gordon, so what would you do? I ask so that Izuku will have a half smile. Izuku, you can't save everyone, but you can save those within your reach. The conversation between them was overheard by Yuta, who continued listening as the green-haired boy's words echoed in her head. She could change the world with her devil fruit ability, but is that what everyone wants? Did everyone else want the same world she did? Or was it just a whim? The green-haired boy smiled slightly as several of his scars had finally healed enough for him to train, being careful not to reopen the rest. Izuku ate an apple while looking at the abandoned city of Elegia. He had been there for a few days tending to his wounds. Although she didn't realize it, he did, thanks to his senses, which were passively enhanced by One for All. The green-haired boy had noticed that instead of Yuta spying on him or listening to her singing to other people, he had asked Gordon about the other people, and Gordon told him that Yuta was sending transmissions through Den Den Mushi to nearby islands. Night had fallen, and the green-haired boy couldn't consider sleep a consequence of months and months of fighting daily and avoiding being killed. Izuku gazed at the flames of the bonfire he had made to get through the dark night. Izuku, isn't it too late for you to be here? I asked, adding more wood to the fire. Yuta, I wanted to talk to you, he said, to sit on a rock. Izuku, and this sudden change. Don't you hate the pirates for what they did to this place? I ask so that the girl will turn to look the other way. Yuta, why do you call yourself a hero if you don't look like one? Izuku, I don't know why people see me as one, but you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. There can be light in darkness and darkness in light. Yuta, were you reading poetry or something like that? I asked, raising an eyebrow to make Izuku burst out laughing. Izuku, not at all. I just want to say that sometimes to face a monster, you need another monster. Yuta is a world where everyone can be happy possible. Izuku, so he heard us that night too. She paused, then let out a sigh. Unfortunately, not everyone wants the same thing. That's why a world where everyone is happy is almost a dream, he said, causing Yuta to lower her head while clenching her fists. But you can change the world for others. Yuta, what would your world be like? I ask so that Izuku will have a nostalgic smile. Izuku, one where those I love can smile. And you, Yuta, what would your world be like? Yuta remained silent. She wanted a world where all the bad things in this one didn't exist, so that everyone else could be happy, but she never stopped to think. Was that what she wanted? Was that what she wanted in her world? The words wouldn't come out of her. What did she want? With whom would she share that world she dreamed of? Izuku, don't worry, he said this so that Yuta would open her eyes and see the green-haired boy stroking her head. If it's difficult, you don't have to tell me. From that night on, Yuta became more social with the green-haired boy who was still waiting for his wounds to heal. Every day, Izuku heard the girls sing, and whenever he heard her sing, it was something strange until she confessed that she had eaten a devil fruit when she was a child. Yuta, I think it was when I was 6 or 7 years old. I've had my devil fruit for over 10 years. He said, looking at the green-haired boy, and tilted his head. How old are you, Izuku? Izuku, I think 16. The last time the green-haired boy celebrated his birthday was after entering UA. After that, many things happened and time flew by so fast he didn't even notice. Yuta, what? You're younger than me, she shouted in surprise, but he doesn't look like a boy that age at all, he thought, looking the green-haired man up and down. Izuku, I was forced to mature at an early age. Yuta, it's noticeable, a murmur for the green-haired boy to finish his warm-up. That same night, Yuta woke up in the middle of the night when her body asked for water. The girl yawned, put on her slippers, and left the room. Before reaching the kitchen, she had to pass through the dining room, but before entering, she saw a light on, so she approached it stealthily. Gordon, I've made the decision to retire, young man. Izuku, yes, I'll leave at dawn. He said this so that Yuta would open her eyes while she listened. Gordon, so you'll be saying goodbye tomorrow? Izuku, about that. Yuta shook her head and went back to her room. The girl let herself fall onto the bed while what she heard repeated in her head. He would leave, her partner and friend. After so many years, she would be alone again. Izuku, I'd like to know if you'll let Yuta come with me. He said it to make Gordon laugh, to confuse him. Gordon, I was going to ask you that, young man. Yuta has been here alone for years. That's not the life a girl like her deserves. Izuku, and what will you do? Gordon, a few days after they leave, I will call a navy ship to transfer me to another island. He said, prompting Izuku to nod. Midoriya, take care of Yuta. She's a kind-hearted girl, even though he's hurt. Izuku, don't worry, I'll take care of her. The sun began to rise, its rays waking the bicolored girl, only to see the blanket she was using to cover herself. She hadn't slept well the rest of the night because of what she had heard. Yuta, so he left. Who left? A voice spoke that Yuta recognized, prompting him to turn and look out his window. Yuta, I thought you were leaving today. Izuku, so you heard us last night. He said this so that Yuta would turn to look the other way, but it seems you didn't stay to listen to everything. Yuta, hey, Izuku, do you want to join me to continue the journey in this strange world? I asked, extending my hand to the bicolor. Yuta tried to hold back her tears as she looked at the green-haired boy, nodding her head. She would never feel alone again. Izuku had a small smile hidden by his face mask as he watched Yuta say goodbye to Gordon. The green-haired boy knew what it felt like to be alone against the world. He had experienced it a couple of times. Yuta, so how will we leave the island? There are no ships in the old ports. He said as they headed towards the sea, and then something fell. So how did you get here? I asked, hoping to bring a small smile to Izuku's face as he put on his mask. Izuku, so. Yuta let out a scream when she saw the green-haired boy fall off a cliff on the island overlooking the sea. Yuta searched anxiously for Izuku only to see a shadow covering her. Yuta, you're an idiot. I screamed in annoyance as I watched Izuku float in the air. Izuku, so, shall we go? I asked after getting down to Yuta's level while extending my hand to her. Yuta, a little scared and looking at the sea below her, took Izuku's hand so that he could help her climb onto his back. Izuku, are you okay? I asked while, with the help of the black whips, I attached Yuta's backpack to the one he had hanging on his chest. Yuta, why yes. Just don't let me fall, she screamed as she clung tightly to the green-haired boy. Izuku, don't worry. The green-haired boy let the one for all flow through his body as he gazed at the vast sea and hoped he wouldn't encounter another storm like the one that had brought him there. After several hours where they both witnessed the beauty and, at times, the terror that nature could hold, the duo of hero and singer had arrived at an island in the Grand Line. They were walking through the city, the green-haired one without his mask so as not to cause a commotion among the inhabitants. Yuta, we should buy a boat, he said, arms crossed, as they walked through the island city. Izuku, do you know anything about navigation? Because I don't. He said, causing Yuta to puff out her cheeks in a sign of defeat. Yuta, so what will we do? Izuku, we'll eat something and then look for a place to spend the night. Yuta, we don't have any money. Besides, you're very calm for someone who's wanted. Izuku, the first issue is resolved, and I'll take care of the second. He said this so that Yuta would nod. We should find a place to eat. Yuta, where would be a good place? I asked so that the green-haired boy would turn to look at her. I admit it's a silly question. They continued walking through the city for a while until they saw a sign that said, food and drink. They met up, and with no other options nearby, they went inside. Izuku looked around and noticed a certain tranquility in the place, unlike Yuta, who had frowned when she heard the music. The green-haired boy gently pushed Yuta so they could both sit down. The two young people ate peacefully while Yuta wondered where the green-haired boy had gotten the money until she remembered that he was called HEROE, and perhaps he was paid for certain jobs. Yuta, so what is the purpose of that trip? Izuku, I don't know. Just go out to sea. Yuta, a journey without a final destination. I like the idea, he said with a smile. Izuku smiled slightly, but he also knew he couldn't tell her the truth about the purpose of everything he was doing. Just then, a man opened the door of the shop, causing him to fall to the ground, split in half. The screams of terror were heard. Even Yuta had to fight back the urge to vomit when she saw the scene. At that moment, a group of men, led by a taller one carrying a blood-stained scythe, appeared. Before anything could happen, all the men were thrown out of the establishment when a table collided with them. Yuta turned to look at the green-haired man, only to see no trace of him. Izuku walked over the pieces of wood that fell to the ground after the table was shattered by the impact. The green-haired boy saw the scythe on the ground and with one footstep smashed it to pieces, only to see all the men who had been left unconscious by the impact. Yuta, why don't you just get rid of them? I asked while looking at Izuku's back. Izuku, I've only killed once, and what I killed was no longer human. He said to the black whips, bring the things you were carrying with you. We have to go, he said, watching as several marines headed towards them. Izuku carried Yuta like a princess and jumped onto a rooftop as she let out a scream. The city's citizens barely saw the one who had defeated the leader of the city's bandits, but some managed to see the mask on his back, recognizing him as the one they called HEROE. Yuta, I've rarely slept outside, he said, gazing at the starry night sky. Izuku, I thought you'd be more upset. Yuta, to be honest, the music in the place where we ate bothered me more than this, he said, making Izuku let out a small laugh. Izuku, then I'll let you sleep, Miss Singer. She said this so that he could dodge a small rock that Yuta threw at him, a little annoyed by his joke because tomorrow we'll be leaving early before the Navy finds us. Yuta, oh okay, he said between yawns. Izuku watched as the bicolored girl fell asleep, using her backpack as a pillow and covering herself with a blanket she had brought with her. The green-haired boy gazed at the starry sky as his body rested, not wanting to fall asleep. Meanwhile, in the darkness of the sea, a ship approached the island where they were. Land ho! A man shouted from the top of the ship. Understood. I will inform the captain. A masked man said. The masked man walked through the ship to the captain's room. The closer he got, the more audible the moans of a woman became. Kid, we've arrived at an island. The masked man shouted from outside the door. The ship belonged to Eustace. Captain, Kid, a pirate who had a bounty of 128 million berries on his head for massacres he had been committing in the South Sea. Kid, everyone get ready. We attack tonight. I shout to receive an understood response. Finally you can leave, bitch, he said this while continuing to have sex with the woman who was accompanying him. The cries of suffering woke Yuta from his sleep, only to see the city where they had been eating and fleeing hours before engulfed in flames. Memories of that day flooded Yuta's mind as he watched the city being devoured by fire. Although he knew what had happened that day, the truth hurt more than the lie. Yuta, Izuku, I whispered just so I wouldn't see any trace of the green-haired boy. Yuta clenched his fists, thinking that all that talk was false. That's why they called him a pirate, and he was only a hero when it suited him. Eustace. Captain. Kid smiled as he listened to the cries of pain and watched the flames devour everything in their path. A magnificent sight for his eyes, only to hear a couple of gunshots whiz past him. Eustace. Kid saw the Marines still standing, trying to save as many people as possible from their clutches, but they were viciously sliced apart by his comrade Killer, who didn't hesitate to finish them off. "Killer, the flames are getting too big. Should we go back to the ship to finish off those who fled?" "Kid, that sounds good." As they both turned around to give orders to the others, a figure flew out at high speed to one side of them and crashed to the ground. Kid smiled as he looked behind him, and all the metal objects around them began to tremble. To the other members of the crew he was a monster, while to those trying to escape the massacre he was a ray of light. From the flames Izuku appeared in his suit to see those responsible for this massacre. "Killer, watch out, kid. He's unlike anything we've ever faced before. Kid, I only see a corpse," he screamed as the metal object stuck to his arm, forming one even bigger one. Kid Miro stared at that figure amidst the flames. And that was the last thing he saw. Killer opened his eyes in shock when he saw how that monster had instantly slammed his captain to the ground, taking him out of the fight. Killer was about to reposition himself by jumping back, but the moment he jumped, his leg was grabbed by something black that he couldn't see because of the darkness of the night, pulling him towards that monster, and knocking him out with a lariat using his arm. Izuku gazed at the seemingly endless flames and sighed. He had hunted down the rest of the pirates, and those two were the last ones. Now, what he needed to do was help those still trapped in the flames. "Izuku, maybe," he whispered as he clenched his fist and let the flow of one for all course through his arm. A strong gust of wind extinguished the smaller flames as it headed towards the starry night sky. Soon, clouds were gradually drawn in, beginning to release water. Izuku let out a small laugh after striking the air with a high percentage of one for all. He still didn't understand how it worked, but he was glad it did. Yuta walked through the city streets in the rain as the few remaining flames died down. The bicolor flag heard the cries and screams of pain from the families who lost someone that night, only to hear a loud crash. Yuta saw the green-haired man with his mask off, removing some rubble and helping the people who had taken refuge in underground warehouses from the attack. At that moment, Yuta felt the rain stop and saw above her how the garment he always wore around his neck was covering her with the help of a black whip. "Izuku, you'll get sick if you stay out in the rain," he said, glancing at the girl out of the corner of his eye as he continued helping. Yuta nodded as she looked at the green-haired boy. She had been wrong about him again. Izuku had a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead as he surveyed the scene. After hours of searching and ensuring no one else was trapped under rubble, they had returned to gather their belongings to leave the island. But they had encountered a pack of raccoons who had ransacked their backpacks, or rather, Yuta's backpack, as she stood embarrassed, gathering her things. "Izuku, why didn't you stay here?" "Yuta, I thought you were attacking." A murmur, intended to make Izuku deny it, said it wasn't the first time he'd been labeled as the bad guy. "Izuku, we'll leave before the Navy reinforcements arrive," he said, jumping up onto a tree branch while Yuta continued gathering her things. "Yuta, what was your reason for helping them? You didn't gain anything from it." He said this to make Izuku smile slightly. "Izuku, I do what I believe is right." While news of the defeat of one of the super rookies of this era at the hands of the monster hero spread among the Marines, another, more important and weighty piece of news spread at the same time. One of the 7 Shishibukai had fallen to a pirate, and his title had been revoked by the government for actions against a country allied with the world government. Things were hectic in the quieter part of the Grand Line. Izuku was asking himself a question at that moment: how had they ended up in this situation? The green-haired boy had an arrow piercing one of his shoulders while being threatened by a group of women with bows and arrows, all while telling Yuta that she was safe. "Last words, man," one of the women screamed upon seeing the green-haired man. "Izuku, a disgusting man doesn't even deserve that," the woman said, giving the order to fire. At the same time as the woman gave the order to fire, a large amount of smoke appeared on the women's ship. Izuku emerged from the smoke in midair while using float to analyze the situation. "Izuku, a pirate ship," he thought, seeing the Jolly Roger on the sails. "There must be about 30 inside. Besides, judging by how they talked about the men, there must only be women. Not fighting will be best. These arrows have something in them," he thought, looking at the arrow in his shoulder. At that moment, the green-haired boy felt his danger sensor go haywire. Izuku spat blood as he was sent flying across the deck of the ship. The green-haired boy felt that the impact could have ripped his arms off, only to see a figure amidst the dust he had raised. Yuta, who was she? She thought, worried about the green-haired boy. Hebihime-sama. The women screamed nervously upon seeing a tall woman with long black hair. Boa Hancock, what are they doing? Unbeknownst to them, the duo had stumbled into the path of one of the Shishibukai most ruthless towards his enemies. At the Navy headquarters known as Marineford, several Marines were lined up in 2 rows on the docks. Several of the Marines could be seen looking nervous when 2 tall figures got off one of the ships. How cute are the government dogs? One of the figures said, looking with a maniacal smile at the Marines lined up for a Den Mushi to begin speaking. The Shishibukai's Donflamingo Don Quixote and Bartolomeo Kuma have arrived. So, Akagami made its move, said an old man with a long beard after a report reached him. The meeting of 2 of the 4 Yonko could be a sign that something big is about to begin, another bald old man with a long mustache said. That's correct, a man with a wound on the left side of his face said. However, if something happens to him with Akagami, things will get complicated. However, he's not someone who would want to change the world his way, said a man with a long mustache and white hair. You have to observe the situation before making a move, said the old man with the mustache. More importantly, we must choose the successor to the Shishibukai position. Thinking it's just a bump in the road, it could create a huge rift, said the one who seemed to be the most Yovan of the 5 present. We cannot allow the 3 figures of the world to crumble over something so small. Yes, that's why they've been called those bastards. We don't know how many will come, and the situation with Gecko Moria is still pending, said the man with the annoying mustache. Couldn't that wretched crocodile be a good boy and stay still? We also need to take action against the person responsible for this, said the bald man, holding a sword. Monkey D. Luffy. Government agents have been sent after him since his departure from Arabasta. They will capture him at his next stop, the old man with the long beard said, looking at the others. Those who spoke as if they owned the world were known to the very few who knew of their existence as the Gorosei, the supreme authority of the world. In a huge room in a hall at Marineford, several Marines and the 2 Shishibukai could be seen. Stop, what are you doing? A Marine screamed as he was being suffocated by his comrade. It's not me, my hands are out of control. The Marine screamed in fear. Don't talk nonsense, the Marine shouted, trying not to be suffocated. That's not the time for foolishness. Stop your tricks, Donflamingo. It's your doing, isn't it? This is Vice Admiral and Chief Advisor Suru speaking. Be a good boy and stop. Donflamingo. Hey. Be a good boy. Hey. I don't think I can hide from you, Miss Susuru, he said with a smile that concealed the hatred he felt for the woman for something that happened many years ago. In that case, if I stop, say what you have to say. Hey. Let's end this boring meeting, he said, making a gesture with his hand, and the Marines drew their swords. Are you sure you're not going to stop? A man asked as he entered the room. Don't do useless things. Are you here to start a war? The Admiral asked the Sengoku fleet. The Buddha. I apologize for being late, greetings. Bah, said a goat next to Sengoku. Sengoku, even you, trash of the seas. Doflamingo, he, aren't you being very political? Same to you, but now we are not a target, he said, reading a Bible while sitting in a window. Sengoku, let's begin. It's been a long wait, and I don't think it makes any difference whether we do it now or not, even though 2 of you have come. It's exceeded my expectations. Doflamingo, yes, initially I wasn't going to come since business on the island has been going quite well, but as I was bored I came to listen to your nonsense. Sengoku, I see, that's a problem for us. It's irritating to know that a pirate is doing well in business. Doflamingo, hey. Those are very harsh words, considering his name of, the Buddha, Admiral Sengoku, he said, sitting down on the table. I'm hearing some really boring arguments. Did I come to the wrong place? Said the voice of a man whom those users of observation hockey had already recognized. Mihawk, a frightened Marine shouted. Mihawk, having the Shishibukai and the Marines together at one table would pose a big problem, wouldn't it? Sengoku, oh, you came. Doflamingo, the one we least expected, appeared. Mihawk, what are you saying? I'm just a spectator here. I'm only vaguely interested in pirates and what will be discussed at this meeting. So, should I be an observer too? A man's voice asked, whose presence there was no surprise to some. Ah. You say, observer, but that's not entirely true, is it? Although I didn't expect so many notable figures at this meeting. Who are you? How did you get here? The surprised Marine asked. Being part of this conversation, so I came to visit. I heard that Crocodile was defeated and that they are looking for a replacement. The man said after doing a little dance. Suru, you must be Sir Laffit. Laffit, oh, you know my name, I feel honored. Sengoku Suru, who is he? Suruhei was a famous West Blue policeman, but he was expelled for his violent methods and sentenced to exile. Laffit, ha 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 ha, that's in the past. No matter the reason I'm here, it's to nominate a man as Shishibukai. The fleet admiral reviewed the data on this teach fellow that Laffit had mentioned before disappearing. The pirate bastard's accomplishments were non-existent, and the admiral didn't trust him, but he needed 2 new names for the Shishibukai because he had some unfinished business. Sengoku, since we're alone here, he said, looking at the Shishibukai and Suru, one of the current Shishibukai has their position hanging by a thread. He said so that Doflamingo's laughter could be heard. Donflamingo, let me guess, Moria's bastard. Sengoku, exactly, that's why you're going to give him a look and an ultimatum. Doflamingo, can I end his life? Sengoku, not yet, Bartolomeo Kuma. I need you to find someone. He said so that the great man would only see the admiral. He's known as Deku, but his name is Izuku Midoriya. He will be Crocodile's replacement. If he refuses, he'll be killed. Same to you, can you tell me the reason why he was chosen? Sengoku, the people see him as their hero. The government sees him as an enemy. If he unites, perhaps in some countries the Shishibukai will be viewed more favorably. He said this so that Kuma would nod. Sengoku did it to maintain order among the pirates, as he didn't think one of the Shishibukai would be defeated by a rookie. Dracula Mahawk had a small smile after hearing the fleet admiral. It seemed fate would reunite them ahead of schedule. Yuta, stop this madness. Boa Hancock, little girl, this man has hurt you too much. He said, looking at Yuta with pity. At Amazon Libre you can smile again. The women were surprised when they heard footsteps where this man should have been finished after receiving the attack from Snake Princess Boa. Hancock quickly turned to look at the two-toned girl when a gust of wind shook the entire ship. Boa Hancock, find them. They can't be far away. Yuta Izuku, I murmured with my eyes closed from the speed while I was in the arms of the green-haired boy. Izuku knew that after stopping, his body would pay the consequences of using it. Gearshift. It was a quirk that was enhanced by both Theon, for all that after using it a couple of times his body still couldn't handle it. Izuku knew that his body would collapse on the next island, so he had to get as far away from those pirates as possible and recover as soon as possible. Izuku, how are you feeling? I asked, making the bicolor frown. Yuta, that's what I should be asking. I yelled so that Izuku would sigh. Izuku, the arrow didn't damage any major nerves and the impact only caused pain. I'm fine. He said this so that Yuta sighed. Did they do anything to you? Yuta, they didn't just tell me I was free from you and other things, he said with a frown. After the duo left the Kuja pirate ship, they arrived at an island with a fairly large city and a couple of castles on the hilltops. They had some difficulty getting medical help, or rather, getting Yuta to get the green-haired man checked out, since his title as a pirate was becoming more and more well-known. Yuta, we'll rest for a few days and then continue traveling, he said, crossing his arms and looking at the green-haired boy. Understood. Izuku, yes, that's fine, he said, then sighed, watching Yuta smile. Let's find something to eat then. Izuku was on the roof of the hotel where they were both staying. They had been on the island for a couple of days, enjoying its tranquility, where even the island's marine base hadn't bothered them for some reason. Izuku, how did it go? I asked, watching Yuta arrive. Yuta, I bought some things. But I saw several marines gathering. She said, sounding somewhat worried. Izuku, are they planning to come for us? I asked so that a shadow would cover him. You're wrong, Midoriya, a voice behind Izuku told him to turn around and stand in front of Yuta. Izuku looked at the voice of the figure, who was much larger than the green-haired boy. He wore a black suit with a white logo and carried a Bolivia in his hands, while on his head he had a white hat with black spots and bare ears. It's an honor to meet you, HEROE. The figure spoke while Izuku remained silent. I come on behalf of the Navy and the government. Yuta Izuku whispered behind the green-haired boy who was completely serious. Izuku noticed and began to listen as the citizens gathered in the streets of the hotel while uttering various things, among which two stood out, Shishibukai and Kuma the Tyrant. Same to you, I've come to deliver a message. He said this to make Izuku raise his eyebrow slightly. Izuku Midoriya has been selected as a candidate for the Shishibukai system. We await your response at Marine Headquarters. He said this to surprise everyone present. If no answer is given within a few days, it will be taken as a number. Yuta sighed in relief when she saw the great man disappear as quickly as he had appeared. At that moment, people began to take refuge when they saw pirates arrive in the city after defeating the Marines who were waiting for them at the port. Yuta Izuku, we'll talk about this later. He said this so that Yuta would nod. She couldn't give up now. Now that she had a clear lead, she couldn't let them catch her. Now that she could find her father. Captain, we must go. A man shouted, trying to make the pink-haired woman back away. It's a monster. If what they said about him was true, he was like Nika but different at the same time. He could perhaps help her find her father, but for that he shouldn't back down and swallow his pride. Why, you're a hero, aren't you? I'm shouting, shouted Pinky Julie Bonnie, one of the newbies still standing in this new era. Bonnie swallowed hard as he looked back at her. Her body and mind screamed at her to run, but how could she get her father back if she couldn't face something like this? Bonnie, so you can help me get my father back. I scream, holding back the urge to cry. Bonnie, like all of his crew, froze when the pass stepped aside to check on the condition of the Marines lying on the ground, some as children or elderly, knocked unconscious. Izuku, is the effect permanent? Bonnie N no mi Akuma no mi does not affect living beings permanently, she said nervously, watching as Izuku turned to look at her. Izuku, why pirate? I ask so that Bonnie swallows hard. Bonnie, problems with the government, she said, recalling how she was watched like a government agent. Izuku, who is your father? Bonnie, his name is Bartholomew Kuma. He said this so that Izuku would close his eyes. Same to you, you resemble Nika Das, who gives hope to those who fall into darkness. But you are very different. He said, recalling the monstrous form of the green-haired boy. I'm sorry, daughter, but I know you'll be okay. Zehahahaha, did the government elect the one they call HEROE? A voice said with amusement as his allies laughed while floating on a log in the middle of the sea. Maybe I should hand over that hero's head. The voice belonged to a terrible pirate unknown at sea. Or so the government and the Navy thought, since he had fought in great battles along the way against powerful enemies and allies. Blackbeard was what his crew called that being of darkness. Blackbeard, let's go, you wretch. Mugiwara beat us this time. I screamed as I looked at the sky. This is great proof that dreams do come true. Zehahahaha. Yuta sighed in relief when she saw the green-haired boy arrive unharmed. Ever since she met him, she had always received injuries, even though she was strong. Yuta, what happened to the pirates? Izuku, they escaped. They took advantage of the confusion caused by one of them with his devil fruit. He said this so that Yuta would nod as he sat down on the floor. Yuta, now what? Izuku, the government has me in its sights. They see me as an enemy they'll have problems with in the future. That's why they want me to become their ally. He said, looking at the cloudy sky. Having pirates as allies simplified the Shishibukai system of the government and the Marines. They would simply get rid of them when they were no longer useful, but the benefits were there. Yuta, take it easy, he said with a smile, placing his hand on the green-haired boy's shoulder. What is it that you want? I ask so that Izuku will smile. Izuku, move on. Yuta, then we can remove one obstacle from our path. Izuku, they will demand that I do things, perhaps things that go against my ideals, he said, knowing he had to break some when he finished off All for One. Yuta, and that's where we worry about the Navy and the government, she said with a smile, hoping to make Izuku smile a little. Izuku, okay. We'll have to go to Naval Headquarters to report our decision. He said this so that Yuta would nod. Yuta, we can leave tomorrow morning. Izuku, and where does my rest from my wounds fit in? Yuta, you just fought pirates. I think you're better than well. In a paradise area of the Grand Line, there was a cursed zone called the Florian Triangle where hundreds of ships had mysteriously disappeared. In this cursed zone sailed a huge ship known as the Thriller Bark, a ship belonging to one of the Shishibukai. A macabre laugh echoed throughout Thriller Bark. The owner of the enormous ship, the Shishibukai Gecko Moria, lay on the ground as blood flowed from her body. Hey. Seriously, you actually stood up to Kaido once. Heavenly Demon, Don Quixote Doflamingo said with a laugh. Moria, how dare you? When the government finds out. Doflamingo he. Who do you think sent me? He said with a smile that made Moria afraid. I have a message for you. We have 2 candidates for the Shishibukai system. Moria only Crocodile has been banned from the system. Doflamingo no, he said while shaking his head, and a small thread appeared on his hand. You're hanging by a thread, just like your life. Hey. Rio, seeing how pathetic Moria looked. Moria, you wretch, he screamed, only to have dozens of cuts appear on his body. Doflamingo watched as Gecko Moria's body pathetically fell unconscious to the ground, then smiled and put his hands in his pockets. Thanks to his observation haki, Doflamingo noticed a small shadow. A pink-haired girl was shocked to see their protector fall so easily. The girl froze in fear when she saw the smile that Demon gave her when he noticed her. The young woman froze in fear as she felt that her life would end right there. The demon's laughter was heard one last time before he disappeared. Miss Perona, a teddy bear, said to the pink-haired girl. Platform, this place is not safe, I whisper fearfully. Izuku ate and drank while watching the islanders celebrate the new Shishibukai, helping them with the pirate attack they had received that day, which the Marines had been unable to contain. Izuku began to remember what happened with those pirates and the lie he had told Yuta. Izuku Dime, he said. He appeared in front of the girl in an instant, and she recoiled in fear. Why are you attacking this island? Bonnie, there were rumors that someone with bare ears was seen on the nearby islands. We don't attack people who live in peace. Izuku, why are you having problems with the government? Bonnie, only my father knows. That's why I'm looking for him to find out what he did, he said, clenching his fists. Izuku, yourself. Bonnie B. But Izuku, before I think it's all a lie. He said this to make Bonnie open her eyes. We'll meet again, and I'll tell you what I know. Bonnie, perhaps Vegapunk knows what's happening to my father, he said, remembering the old man, before ordering the withdrawal. Thank you. Izuku watched as the pirates began to run to their ship and sighed. He tried to help a monster like Tamura Shigaraki. What did it cost him to help someone who was asking for help? Izuku put aside his thoughts when he heard a beautiful voice. Yuta had begun to sing. The green-haired boy recognized the song as, Where the Wind Blows. Izuku smiled when he saw people starting to cheer for Yuta as he sang, encouraging him to close his eyes and enjoy the song. Izuku opened his eyes only to see Yuta offering him his hand as he continued singing. Although he didn't show it, the green-haired boy was nervous, as this was the first time he would dance with someone. With a nervous smile, he took Yuta's hand so that she would pull him towards her. Yuta giggled at the sight of the green-haired boy's erratic steps, continuing to sing as they danced. Thus, under a beautiful night sky, they both spent a wonderful evening. Sengoku understood, he said as a Den Muchi began to fall asleep. The fleet admiral had received the report from the Shishibukai Kuma and Doflamingo, who had handled the job he had given them. The fleet admiral continued searching for information about this Blackbeard he had come to recommend, but there was nothing they knew about. Until now, Izuku chuckled when he heard Yuta complaining after drinking at the party they had the night before. The green-haired boy saw several dolphin-like animals swimming on the surface of the sea while he used float. Izuku felt Yuta trying to settle down on his back to continue sleeping, as she had overindulged in alcohol the previous night while trying to get him to drink too. Izuku stopped for a moment in the middle of the sea when he saw something curious slightly below the surface of the sea: train tracks. Izuku, what? Why are there train tracks in the middle of the sea? That should be impossible, I whispered, knowing that the bottom of the sea was thousands of meters below. Izuku knew he had to go to a marine barracks to inform them of his decision, but he decided to follow the train tracks in a curious direction. Why is the sun shining so bright? I shouted angrily, a pink-haired girl, as she floated through the sea. The ghost, princess, was flying through the middle of the sea while carrying a backpack and a teddy bear. The ghost, princess, had left the place where she had lived for years after seeing the visit of that demon. The ghost, princess, had left the darkness that was her home into the world to search for a safe place, very similar to Thriller Bark, where she could live peacefully. The girl looked at an island that resembled a giant fountain and sighed. She would rest there for a few days. Izuku, how do you feel? I asked, watching Yuta walk slowly, looking dizzy. Yuta, don't let me drink again, she said, sounding dizzy, so Izuku shook his head. Where are we? Izuku, what a mask vendor told me. We are in Water 7, known as the water capital. Yuta, great. An island full of water is our greatest weakness, he said, sighing, still with a headache. Izuku, do you want to rest? I asked so that Yuta will nod. Izuku walked through the streets of Water 7 without the top part of his costume, wearing only a black shirt. The green-haired boy looked at the food stalls and vendors selling mostly strange masks. Izuku raised an eyebrow in curiosity when he saw a crowd of men carrying construction tools and other men who looked like pirates. Izuku, that seems normal. I whispered, watching as the others carried on as if nothing had happened. New in town, kid? A man selling octopus skewers asked, prompting Izuku to nod. The carpenters of the Galila company are the pride of the city, he said, pointing a knife at the men. Those bastards probably tried to pull a fast one on them. Izuku, where is that company? I asked the man to point to the top of the city. Thank you. Izuku continued walking, only to notice that to reach the top of the city, water elevators were used, where small boats were pulled by enormous seahorses. The animals were surprised to see the green-haired boy floating in the air while they waited for the water to rise. Izuku reached the highest area of Water 7 only to see several men working with large tools or constructing enormous different ships. The green-haired boy walked through the shipyard while several people watched the carpenters work. Is there anything for you, young man? A man's voice asked the green-haired boy, who turned around. Izuku, how do you know I'm looking for something? I am the mayor of the city. I recognize a new face, said the man, stroking a mouse that was on his shoulder. Am I wrong, Khalifa? Caliph, you're not wrong, Mr. Iceberg, a blonde woman said, adjusting her glasses. Izuku Midoriya, current bounty of 85 million berries, arrived on the island today with a bicolored girl. Izuku raised an eyebrow when he heard that information. There were few who knew his true name. There were two groups, the Straw Hats and the government, for a certain reason. Iceberg, so what are you looking for, young man? Izuku, I'm just passing through. How much does a boat cost? Iceberg, we can see the different designs in my office. Caliph, sir, you have several meetings today. Iceberg Canceres, he said this so that Khalifa would nod. Follow me, young man. Izuku followed Iceberg while the blonde named Khalifa followed behind them. As they walked through the shipyards, the green-haired boy saw a black-haired man with a pigeon on his shoulder. At that moment, the danger sensor activated, causing Izuku to glance sideways at the black-haired man, who then looked away to continue his work. What are you doing, Lucci? A man with a curiously square nose asked. The square-nosed man received no response, only a deranged smile on his companion's face as a bloodlust began to rise within him. The square-nosed man began to sweat nervously. Lucci, stiff, rigid, you need to calm down, Lucci. The mission will be over soon. Don't mess it up. Izuku walked through the corridors of the building where Iceberg's office was located after recommending a couple of ships for him and his companion. The green-haired boy followed Khalifa to the exit of the place. When they arrived, the woman opened the door for him, and he left, not without shocking her. Izuku, how do you know my name if the government hasn't made it public? I asked, leaving the woman in shock, before continuing on her way. Caliph, Lucci, you'd better not ruin the mission to quench your thirst for blood, she thought as she closed the door and watched the green-haired boy leave. Night had fallen in Water 7. The green-haired boy had spoken with Yuta about the idea of buying a ship, but this had its advantages and disadvantages. The most important was mobility. They would move more slowly on the sea than the green-haired boy did. And something he argued about a lot was the possibility of Izuku getting more rest, although he didn't care much about it. Izuku glanced at the company sales magazine Iceberg had given him, only to have a small gust of wind flutter through all the pages. Izuku stood up, his suit's mask covering his face, only to see a man in a trench coat standing on a neighboring building, a bull mask covering his face, staring intently at him. That man disappeared from that building. The hotel where Yuta and Izuku were staying shook completely when a loud impact hit the ceiling while the man with the bull mask was in the air, hopping around. Marijois, the sacred land of the gods, as it was known throughout the world. In the largest building in that area, a figure walked through the place with a serious expression. That figure was the Yonko, Akagami, Shanks. Shanks, what's so important that they called me? He said seriously, looking at the 5 largest figures in the world, the Gorosei. Sean Ethanburn v. Nujiro, you should control that tone of voice, brat. The bald man said seriously, before launching some images. Akagami saw the pictures and was surprised to see his daughter with that young pirate who had recently been appearing in the newspapers. Sean Ethanburn v. Nujiro Morgans considers her irrelevant, but we know your history with that girl. Shanks, are they threatening me? San Marcus Mars, not at all. If we hadn't had Kong advise Sengoku that that boy should become a Shishibukai, he said this to keep Shanks serious. They must decide. Are they with us or against us? San J. Garcia Saturno, it's just a warning, Akagami. Shanks, where are they located? San Marcus Mars Water 7, but for the moment you don't need to do anything. San Topman Warkery, you can withdraw. We will inform you what to do in the future. Shanks left with a bad taste in his mouth. He had hoped that Yuta would do something in the future with his devil fruit, but he hadn't expected it to attract attention so quickly, along with his partner. The people staying at the hotel quickly left their rooms when the building began to shake. Yuta looked out of her room window only to see a large amount of smoke in the city streets and sighed, knowing that either she was already acting or she was the one being attacked. The dust began to dissipate, and the figure in the bull mask was still airborne. At great speed, a black whip caught his right ankle, and he was pulled to the ground. Blood spurted from the holes in the bull mask as the figure received a punch to the stomach that he couldn't block. A green glow appeared amidst the dissipating dust as Izuku emerged, ready to continue fighting, only to see where he had thrown his attacker and sigh, knowing he had overdone it with the use of one for all. Beneath the mask was Carpenter, Lucci of the Galila Company. Lucci rose from the ground, spitting blood. His tekai had been broken with ease by that blow, and that excited him. Lucci looked up only to see his prey in the air as it began to change its body. Izuku knew about devil fruits, but he had only seen 2 of the 3 types, Paramesha and Logia. He had never seen a zone user, and this wasn't so different from what he already knew. The green-haired boy watched as the masked man transformed into a hybrid of human and leopard, launching himself at him at great speed. Even while airborne, using float, the green-haired boy dodged an air slash that reminded him of his air bullets. Izuku had to snap out of his thoughts when he saw the guy launch himself at him, propelling himself through the air to attack. Izuku deactivated float and let gravity do its work. As he fell, he launched a black whip at his opponent, which caught him by the waist. He then reactivated float and, using one for all, slammed him into the ground. Lucci emerged from the crack he had made in the ground, growling, only to be kicked in the head and see for a few moments the monstrous face of the green-haired boy before being sent flying into the city streets. Izuku glanced at a blue-haired guy in a summer shirt and underwear, accompanied by 2 girls with strange, square haircuts who were looking at him fearfully. The green-haired boy didn't care about their stares, he was already used to them. Lucci's head spun as his eagerness turned to fear of being caught and his mission failing. The government wouldn't forgive him just for his whim. Lucci looked down at Izuku and a wave of rage began to wash over him. The green-haired boy was preparing to end this unnecessary encounter, but then the danger sensor activated, causing him to turn around and have his arm encircled by a barbed rope. He saw a masked female figure who took a step back upon seeing Izuku's reaction. Lucci was grabbed by a figure wearing a skull mask and forced to move away as quickly as possible. Izuku noticed how the female figure who had tried to attack him from behind dropped her weapon and retreated. "Rigid, what do you think you were doing?" he screamed with the skull mask covering his face as he jumped across the rooftops and carried Lucci on his shoulder. "We received the report that he will be named Shishibukai. Caliph, you could have gotten us into huge trouble with the government," he said, covering his face with a mask, not far from the other 2. Then a loud crash was heard, causing both government agents to fall heavily to the ground. Izuku grabbed them by the head and buried them on the roof of a building. Lucci quickly stood up when his partner released him, growling in annoyance as his face was covered by an old-fashioned mask. Izuku caught a fist that was going to hit him from behind, only to see another guy with a bear mask inside what appeared to be a portal. The others quickly passed by the guy in the bear mask and entered the portal, but the guy in the bear mask couldn't break free from the green-haired boy's grip, who was staring at him intently. "Izuku, how disgusting," he said, letting half of one arm fall. Izuku sighed after his attackers had fled after the guy in the bear mask closed the portal, simultaneously cutting off half of his arm. He had only managed to hear one thing, and that was that those guys were somehow from the government. Izuku climbed down from the roof only to see his blood-stained hands and, through the reflection of broken glass, his blood-stained suit. For an instant, he saw that young man with a smile that radiated hope, happiness, and a bright future, but that changed to the image of a monster, what he now was. "Platform, what do you mean it's closed?" "I'm sorry, miss, but we believe the hotel was attacked by a very notorious gang in the city," the manager said to the pink-haired young woman, "so, for safety reasons, we've moved all current residents to a secure location." The pink-haired girl was about to cry. She didn't have much money with her. She had managed to bring some gold, but at that hour it was impossible for a bank to be open, and there were no other places as affordable as this one. The pink-haired girl saw a young woman her age running out of the hotel, carrying 2 backpacks as best she could. Yuta's breathing was ragged after running through several streets and finally finding him in a small river, cleaning the blood off his suit as best he could. "Izuku, what are you doing here?" I asked, watching as the blood was carried away by the water. "Yuta, I can't leave you alone," he said, watching as Izuku sat down on the floor. "Izuku, I'm a monster trying to be a hero," he said, looking at his hands. "He would be disappointed in me," he said, feeling a hand on his shoulder. "Yuta, relax, everything is fine," he said with a smile. Yuta sat down next to Izuku so that he could rest his head on her shoulder. Silence fell between them until Yuta heard a small murmur from the green-haired boy, "Everything's all right." "Why am I here?" Izuku felt that everything was all right if he stayed strong, but he felt that his ideals were increasingly being put at risk, just like Tamura Shigaraki and All for One had done during their confrontation. And those memories were locked deep within his mind. Elder Sanjay Garcia Saturn sat before him, a bright yellow fruit with a lightning pattern around it. He stroked his beard, pondering the government's recent acquisition of the Shishibukai. Few races had displayed such distinctive abilities, and most were completely extinct. I had never seen someone of a race capable of flying, generating matter from their body, rays and smoke, changing the speed of objects, and having immense strength. Street Shepherd Jewish Peter, that devil fruit is so powerful that it drives its user insane. Sanjay Garcia Saturn, I know, it's a shame we found her too late. The scum is too weak to be used. Saint Shepherd you Peter, the last time we used it, the 3 admirals had to intervene, and one of them perished in the combat. That was more than 20 years ago. Sanjay Garcia Saturn, perhaps we'll have a suitable container soon, he said, to the distrust of Saint Shepherd, Jew Peter. Izuku sighed as he watched the carpenters go to inspect the areas damaged by the event the night before. The green-haired boy heard a murmur on his shoulder, only to see Yuta's bi-colored hair as he carried her to his chest. "Yuta, weak," she murmured, still asleep, as she snuggled against his chest. Izuku blushed slightly as he felt his partner's breasts brush against his chest. It had been quite some time since he had blushed, and this hadn't happened while Yuta was on his back, as he had been more focused on preventing anything from emerging from the sea to devour them by surprise. "Yuta, Izuku," she said this so that he would turn around and look at her, and she slowly woke up. "Izuku, Izuku," I blushed and screamed, prompting Izuku to catch me as I almost fell to the ground. "Yuta, why were you carrying me like that?" I asked while still blushing as I checked her things. "Izuku, they could accuse us of causing the disasters," he said calmly. "I didn't want to get us into trouble." "Yuta, and weren't we the ones responsible?" I asked while choosing a shirt and shorts to change into later. "Izuku, I didn't provoke it. They attacked me," he said, crossing his arms as he leaned against the wall. "Yuta, didn't you sleep?" I asked, noticing the dark circles under the green-haired man's eyes. "You need to get plenty of rest." "Izuku," and he said it so that the girl sighed. "Yuta, where are we going?" "Izuku, Marineford near the Savoy archipelago," he said this so that Yuta would nod. Yuta, I'll find something to eat and then we'll go, okay? He said to put his things away. Izuku gazed at the sky while Yuta searched for something to eat at the local stalls. The green-haired boy couldn't sleep as the ghosts of his past haunted him. Izuku was eating something that looked like large gyozas, just to watch Yuta drink something. He had found a restaurant that looked really good. Yuta, after being a Shishibukai, he said, putting his drink on the table, how will we continue? Since the Navy will want you to do work for them. Izuku, no problem. I can do it at high speed. He said this to make Yuta raise an eyebrow. Yuta, and why haven't you used it? Izuku, because I can hurt you. Only I can withstand that speed. He said this so that Yuta would tilt her head. Yuta, but you often go too fast. Izuku, but a speed that won't affect you. Izuku gazed at the dark clouds several meters above the sea as he floated on the water with Yuta on his back. He had left Water 7 before legal troubles could reach them. Yuta, I don't think we should go that way. He said, looking at the stage in front of them. What if we go back to Water 7? I asked just to notice how Izuku put on his mask. Izuku. Yuta hugged the green-haired boy tighter when she saw that he would continue advancing. Izuku rose among the storm clouds just to be higher in the air, and he too was surprised when he saw a cloud where he could stand. Izuku, I'm constantly surprised, he thought as he walked through the cloud. Yuta, everything is fine. Yuta, have we weathered the storm yet? He said, even with his eyes closed. Izuku, it wasn't necessary. He said this so that Yuta would slowly open her eyes. Yuta, wow, what a beautiful place. If only we could remove the storm from beneath us. She said, then let out a nervous laugh. Izuku nodded. Thanks to One for All, which enhanced his senses, he saw a huge shadow in the distance, even higher than the cloud they were on. Izuku looked and noticed that the shadow extended in a straight line to the sides and seemed to have no end. The fleet admiral frowned as he read the reports from his men in the New World. More than 10 Navy ships had been sunk when one of the 4 emperors suddenly began to move out of its territory. Sengoku, what are Akagami Whitebeard plotting? He said while feeding his goat. Meanwhile, on one island, it had been completely devastated by 4 terrible pirates who had ravaged everything of value and all life. Blackbeard, Ziahaha, where do you think that bastard is? From Augur, he was on an island about 3 days from here. He must be on an island about 5 days away, the sniper said as he cleaned his weapon. Jesus Burgess, it's just prolonging the inevitable. I screamed while I was eating. Doc Q, sometimes the best cure can be death, he said while he was on his horse. Blackbeard, I wonder what's so special about that bastard. Zehahaha, I laughed only to have bullets hit the ground, stopping me in my tracks. Who is so special? Teach. A young man asked, the second commander of the Whitebeard fleet, Portgas D. Ace. Blackbeard, Commander, what are you doing here? He said with a smile, making Ace frown. Accident, you dare call me that after what you did, Teach. Blackbeard, Ziahahaha, what's wrong? Are you still hurting from what happened that night? Ace, son of a bitch, he said this while making a gun gesture with his hand. Blackbeard and his companions had to dodge a barrage of fire bullets from Ace. A building was thrown at Ace by Jesus Bugus, but Ace simply destroyed it with a thunderous burst of fire that erupted from his body. Blackbeard, I think I found my ticket. I screamed as my hand turned into darkness. Black hole. Ace was slowly drawn towards Blackbeard until the latter placed his hand on him and landed a blow to Ace's stomach that made him spit blood. Ace was surprised to be hurt without using Haki since he was a Logia Devil Fruit user and had no knowledge that Teach knew Haki. Blackbeard, surprised, Commander. He shouted while his hand was still shrouded in darkness. Ace, not at all, he said, getting up from the floor while wiping the blood from his mouth. You will pay for what you did. He said it to make Blackbeard laugh. Darkness began to absorb the remains of the once successful village as a massive sphere of fire was created by Ace's hands. Light and darkness would clash, where only one would remain standing. Shanks, you must stop Ace. Teach. He's not someone to be taken lightly. He said it just so that a laugh could be heard. Worororo, Teach broke the code. He killed one of his own. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, shouted, slamming his weapon against the ship's deck. What would a brat like you know? Shanks, I know what Teach is capable of, he said, looking at the scar on his face in the reflection of the sake jar he was drinking from. That's why I know Ace won't be able to defeat him. The atmosphere was heavy, And it became even heavier when Conqueror's haki began to flood the area and the clouds began to darken as the animals in the sea moved as far away as possible, only for everything to shake when two beasts collided. Yuta was walking across a plain while humming a song she had been working on. The bi-colored girl heard a small rumble, turned around, and smiled slightly. The green-haired boy was walking towards Yuta while removing his mask. They had arrived at the Sabayati archipelago less than an hour ago and had already been robbed or kidnapped more than 3 times. Yuta, I think it's best if we don't stay here. Izuku, what made you think that? The bad weather, I ask, so that Yuta crosses her arms in offense and he shakes his head. Once we reach the marine base, I believe the privileges of holding the title of Shishibukai will begin. Yuta, and then? I asked, stepping a little ahead of the green-haired one to look him in the face. Izuku, we'll get a map to know where to go next, she said with a small smile to make Yuta smile. The green-haired man took Yuta by the shoulders and gently moved her aside after seeing a group of armed men coming towards them. Murder, robbery, rape, and slavery were what he had seen most in this area, which had nothing to do with the amusement park that could be seen from the sea. Izuku knew one thing clearly. Evil was a part of humanity that would never be erased, but if he could cleanse some of it, he wouldn't stand idly by. The fleet admiral was feeding his pet goat some junk reports when he heard a commotion in the main courtyard. He looked out his office window, as none of the 3 admirals were currently at Marineford. Sengoku glanced at a green figure in the courtyard, surrounded by Marines who seemed far too nervous for the fleet admiral to even sigh. If any of them did something stupid, they could end up hospitalized for a couple of months or worse, so he hurried to prevent any misfortune. Izuku peered at the Marines from beneath his mask, relaxed about his situation since his danger sensor hadn't activated and none of them seemed intent on attacking him. Suddenly, a shout rang out, causing most of the Marines to step aside and salute. Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked at the candidate for the vacant position left by Crocodile in the Shishibukai. He had seen many monsters in his time as an admiral, and the worst were those that didn't have a monstrous appearance. Sengoku, so what's your answer? Izuku, why do you think I'm here? I asked defensively. The green-haired man noticed something when he saw this man. That aura he exuded was similar to that of Dracul Mahawk, like that of a monster who could reveal his true danger at any moment. Sengoku, accompany me to my office. Several vice admirals who were present at Marineford witnessed the fleet admiral being escorted by a pirate. The green-haired man listened to the rules of belonging to the Shishibukai system, things he never intended to do, and that he and his companion would be clean of their actions. The only reason he accepted to belong to the Shishibukai was to get rid of the government and the Marines while he continued on his aimless path. The news of the new member of the Shishibukai traveled the world quickly. The hero was now working for the Marines, where opinions were divided as always. Rigid, I told you not to do anything, I shouted in annoyance after reading the newspaper Atakare una candidato de Shishibukai. Lucci, shut up or I'll kill you. Caliph, both of you calm down, we must continue the mission. A woman with black hair was reading the news about the new Shishibukai who had started a conflict with their allies. The dark-haired woman just kept reading the newspaper, hoping that her friends would leave Water 7 as soon as possible. We know. The shout was from a woman on behalf of the Kuja pirates, carrying a message from the world government to their captain. The woman knelt in respect as she handed the message to the most beautiful woman in the world, Boa Hannock. Boa read the message and frowned in annoyance. The man who had kidnapped that young woman was now her partner in the Shishibukai system, and she was forbidden from attacking him if she didn't want consequences. On a Navy ship, crows flew down to the deck to devour the corpses that several men threw into the sea. Killer Kid, look at this, he said, handing the newspaper to the redhead. Kid, that son of a bitch is now a Shishibukai, he said, reading the news. To destroy the newspaper, that government dog will pay for it. Blackbeard, ziahaha, look at this, the position has already been taken, he said this while eating, as did his men while they read the news. Jesus Burgess, so what Lafitte said was a lie. Blackbeard, if that's the case, I'll kill him. But if it's true, I hope the Navy likes our gift, ziahaha. Tied to a tree trunk with sea stone chains is Portgas Diaz, the second commander of the Yonko Whitebeard pirates. A girl with lime green hair walked calmly while reading the newspaper as she entered a castle full of armed soldiers. Did something happen? sister? I asked a girl with green hair, looking at the girl while she ate grapes sitting on a comfortable sofa. A girl with green hair said, looking at the girl who was eating grapes while sitting on a comfortable sofa. Don't worry, sugar, I've only come to inform the lord of the new member of the Shishibukai, the girl said, stroking her hair. That's true, Monet, a man screamed, seemingly melting with every step he took. Many, that's right, Clover. Apparently, people call him a hero, he said, reading the newspaper as his sister approached him. Izuku Midoriya, also known as the hero, Deku, is the name of the new Shishibukai. Sugar, not bad at all, he said with a smile, looking at a photo of the green-haired man without his mask. Do you think the Lord would mind if we invited him? Cloveriel informed Daffy about this. Don't worry, Monet. On an island filled with sweets, where a large number of members of different races were found, a laugh of excitement was heard coming from one of the candy houses. This area belonged to one of the 4 Yonko, with Big Mom being its owner. I've already chosen who I'm going to marry, I screamed, a girl with pink hair covered by a panda fur hat and a smile full of fangs. The girl was looking at the photo that had been put in the newspaper for the news about the new Shishibukai. Beckman, is everything all right, Captain? I asked while smoking, watching his captain who was reading the newspaper. Did things not go well with Whitebeard? Shanks, that's not it, Beckman. It's something I don't expect to affect them. Ben Beckman knew how mysterious his captain could be many times, but he didn't care since his judgment was always correct. Akagami became worried when he read that the hero had become a Shishibukai. That only meant he was one step closer to them. Fear and respect were what people felt for him as they watched him from a distance after he finished off a group of pirates who had been sent to him as his first mission as a Shishibukai. The green-haired man only sighed from under his mask. He had grown accustomed to those looks since he abandoned the path of the hero. The green-haired boy landed on the roof of a building after letting the Marines deal with that group of pirates. Izuku took off his mask while moving his arms a little. Yuta, so where do we go now? I asked, looking at the green-haired boy as he drank a milkshake. Izuku, that was the only job they gave me. Basically, I can do whatever I want as long as I don't directly confront the government or the Navy. He said it just so Yuta would pass him a sign. Yuta, your reward was cancelled. Izuku, I suppose these are the benefits of belonging to the Shishibukai, he said, shrugging his shoulders, not caring much. The green-haired boy was enjoying the tranquility of dawn until he heard a flapping of wings, only to see a bat arrive at his location carrying a message in its talons. Izuku took the letter as the bat landed to catch its breath. The poster came with several orders to eliminate pirates and warn against the Straw Hat crew, those who had taken down the former Shishibukai crocodile and were currently dealing with one of the best members of the pirate coons on the government island of Eni's lobby. Izuku, it seems more have joined them, he said, looking at several unfamiliar names on the crew list, before continuing to read the rest of the government's orders to them. The green-haired boy put the cards in his backpack when he saw a ship with a pirate flag in the distance. It was a beautiful morning, too good to be ruined by some bastards. The green-haired boy arrived at the ship only to notice that it was completely frozen, while the frozen pirates had expressions of terror on their faces. Izuku quickly jumped back when his danger sensor activated, dodging ice spikes that were coming towards his back. The green-haired boy opened his eyes in surprise when an ice stake was inches from his eyes while his feet were frozen to the ground, only to see a man almost twice his size holding the ice stake. Aokiji, I expected more from the new Shishibukai, he said, looking at Izuku with boredom as the ice stake disappeared. Take care of these bastards, he said as he retreated to a bicycle that was floating on the sea thanks to a piece of ice. Izuku easily escaped the ice that trapped his feet, only to see the man in the marine cloak that said, Admiral, on his back retreating, savoring the frozen sea. The green-haired boy said nothing. Since his encounter with Dracula Mahawk, he knew that in this world there were monsters in terms of power and abilities. There was a commotion at Marineford Naval Headquarters as dozens of Marines pointed their weapons at a group of suspicious men. Blackbeard, is this how you welcome a Sengoku Shishibukai? Look, I even brought you a gift, I screamed as I threw Portgas Diaz to the ground. Kizaru, should I finish them off? I asked, so that Sengoku could stop him with a gesture of his hand. Blackbeard, didn't my colleague tell you? I asked while Sengoku remained silent, watching Ace. Sengoku, have your men withdraw, now. He said this to make Blackbeard laugh and his companions retreat. Sengoku knew that having Whitebeard's second commander at his feet meant only one thing: war was coming. Whitebeard wouldn't stand idly by. Sengoku saw Blackbeard and made a decision. Having someone strong enough to defeat Whitebeard's second commander meant more power for his side. Sengoku Yevon a Portgas de Asa impel down. I order to see Blackbeard. There are no positions available in the Shishibukai at the moment, but we can make an exception, he said, making Blackbeard smile. Ace was being picked up by some marines to be taken to the prison known as Impel Down, but before being taken away he saw the disgusting smile of the one who was once his crewmate. The fleet admiral had to play his cards right for the approaching war. He needed to have the greatest possible power on his side if he wanted to win the war against Whitebeard, against the one who was leading the new era, Portgas d. Ace, or rather, Gal d. Ace. But to do that, he had to confirm his military strength before publicly announcing the execution of Whitebeard's second-in-command. Yuta, do they at least pay you for that? I asked, and the green-haired boy shook his head. And where will we get the money? Izuku, it's not very honorable, but perhaps we'll take what the pirates have. Yuta, you're being very sympathetic to those bastards, he said, looking at the green-haired boy who sighed. Izuku, killing isn't my thing, and you know it. He said this just so Yuta would hold his hand. Yuta, I know, and you don't need to worry, he said with a smile. We will continue on our path as we have been doing. The green-haired boy knew that sooner rather than later he had to become stronger, since there were monsters that could become his enemies, or there were already monsters that considered him their enemy indirectly because he did nothing against them. The crew's new ship, the Moment, sailed out of the waters near Water 7. The Straw Hats, who had directly challenged the government, sailed victoriously away from Water 7 with new crewmates and new bounties. Robin, did you hear that the government found a replacement for Crocodile? I asked as Sanji brought me a cup of tea with several desserts. Us, really? With everything that happened, I didn't even have time to check the newspapers. She said this just so Robin would pass her the newspaper and Robin would open her eyes in surprise. Guys, come on. Luffy, hey Nami, what's wrong? I scream with Chopper on my head, followed by Usopp entering the kitchen. Zoro, I hope it's important, he said, yawning, as he entered the kitchen. Queen, it's definitely more important than your nap, he said, entering followed by the green-haired one. Sanji, why all the commotion, Nami Swan? I asked as her sister came out of the kitchen because of the commotion. Those newer members of the Straw Hats didn't understand the scandal surrounding the new Shishibukai, but those who were there before entering the Grand Line understood the reason for the uproar when they saw the newspaper. Luffy, Izuku Seihizo Shishibukai, he shouted in surprise as he took the newspaper in his hands. Sanji, so that's what he's doing. Usopp, and apparently he's not alone. Chopper, do you know him? Usopp, I sailed with us as we headed to the Grand Line. Zoro, but he simply left us. Reiju, that was too rude, he said, crossing his arms and shaking his head. Robin, so they know the hero. As if he helped us for a while. Luffy, I know that girl, he said, looking at the photo of the green-haired boy's companion. It's Yuta, Shank's daughter, she said it as if nothing had happened. The shouts coming from the kitchen confused the two newest members of the Straw Hats as their ship drew ever closer to a mist above the sea. The green-haired man was calmly eating a piece of meat in a prestigious restaurant on the island where they had stopped to rest. Apparently, the ruler of this island wanted one of the Sea Lords to speak well of his island. Yuta, where did you leave your suit? I asked, looking at the green-haired boy in normal clothes, something not very common for him. Izuku, it's drying now. I had to wash it, he said. I'll continue eating calmly. Yuta, those Navy guys aren't looking too pleased, I whispered, noticing the hateful looks they were getting. Izuku, they don't accept that a criminal should have more privileges than them, he said, thinking of some way to train, although he couldn't find one in particular. Yuta, Izuku, we can go now, I whispered, watching the Marines retreat, sensing that something was wrong. The green-haired boy simply nodded and left the place with the bi-colored girl, ignoring the waiters who were practically begging him to stay a little longer. Izuku felt a small shiver when Yuta hugged his right arm as they walked through the city streets. The green-haired boy knew that sometimes the girl could be very sensitive even though she appeared strong. The danger sensor activated, prompting the green-haired man to grab Yuta and back away when a bullet struck where they were. The sound of the gunshot sent people running in fear, while the green-haired man saw a silhouette with a rifle in its hands on top of a building. Then, men in chess-piece costumes began to emerge from the alleyways. Yuta, go for the "I can handle them" option, he said with a smile, and the green-haired boy nodded. In a few seconds, the green-haired boy was on top of the building, surprising the figure who had no time to react before receiving a blow to the head with the green-haired boy's forearm that sent him crashing to the ground. The green-haired boy then saw what appeared to be a humanoid cake, from whose body something slowly began to emerge. Izuku una Akuma no mi, he wondered, only to see what appeared to be a ghost emerge from the cake's body. The green-haired boy heard Yuta's voice only to see the men dressed as chess pieces unconscious as the girls sang. He still didn't understand the abilities of the bicolored girl's devil fruit. Send him a cake, not the cake. The pink-haired girl yelled angrily at a chess piece that feared for its life. We're so sorry, Poir-sama. We'll fix this mistake. I scream, a chess piece running quickly. The pink-haired girl with fangs knew that the way her mother did things wasn't right. That was the reason most of her sisters were single. What kind of man would get married after being handed the head of someone close to him in a gift box? Poir shook his head, trying to calm himself before any of his brothers realized his intentions. He was a Shishibukai, so the cake shouldn't be a problem for him. Or so he hoped. A marine had a panicked expression on his face as he was held by his uniform, lifted slightly into the air. Even if they were his allies, they were still monsters, no matter what a damned title said. Izuku, tell me, who sent them to attack us? I asked, holding the marine member in his suit while. They'll kill my family if I talk, the marine said through tears, looking into the monster's eyes. The green-haired man simply knocked the man out and retreated as the hunt for All for One began. His location and resting places were revealed to the demon by civilians who had seen him. Before, he hadn't cared and considered it an advantage for All for One to appear, but now he wasn't alone, as Yuta was with him, and he was worried. The green-haired boy climbed onto a rooftop only to see a marine bat arrive carrying a Den-Den Muchi in its talons, which it then placed in the green-haired boy's palm to awaken the Den-Den Muchi. Shibukai, your immediate presence is required at Marineford. If you fail to report, your title will be revoked. The message had reached not only the green-haired man but all the Shishibukai, as the Marines were preparing for something much bigger than they could imagine. Yuta frowned as she watched the green-haired boy's back, still gazing at the night sky, just as he had for the past 2 hours since the attack they had suffered, which hadn't resulted in anything serious. The bicolored girl stood up and sat beside the green-haired boy to appreciate the night sky. Yuta, Izuku, is something wrong? Izuku, I was summoned to Marineford. He said this so that Yuta tilted her head in confusion. But with the attack we just suffered, I'm not sure I can leave you alone. Yuta, you have nothing to worry about, she said with a confident smile. I can take care of myself. He said this to make the green-haired boy smile as he ruffled his hair. Izuku, yes, but even so, I have no idea who sent them for us. I don't want them to hurt you because of me, he said, looking at the night sky. Yuta, what happens if you don't go? Izuku, they will take away my title of Shishibukai, he said, causing Yuta to frown. Yuta, the reason we skipped several islands is simply that we can't throw away that effort. He said this so that Izuku would agree, but without saying anything yet. This is a problem. The green-haired boy landed at Marineford a couple of days after being summoned. Izuku saw hundreds of soldiers moving bullets and weapons around as if preparing for war. The green-haired one followed a marine who told him to follow, just to see out of the corner of his eye how the fleet admiral appreciated his arrival. The green-haired one followed the marine while others fixed various damages in the area, such as a huge bear paw print in the middle of the ground. The green-haired man entered a huge room only to see a vampire-like figure with bandages around his body eating alongside another man in pirate clothing, who was challenging him with his gaze. Currently in Marineford were 2 of the official Shishibukai, Gecko Moria and Izuku Midoriya, and one who would be the replacement for the Son of the Sea, Jimbei, who had refused to participate in what was coming. The days passed quickly as the rest of the Shishibukai confirmed their participation to the Marines. All the Shishibukai were gathered, except for one who was observing the reason for her involvement. Doflamingo, you seem confused, he said, pointing at Izuku, who was standing with his arms crossed. They didn't tell you the reason we're here, she said with a smile so that Izuku wouldn't answer. Gecko Moria, that's right. What are we doing here and why the Navy's treatment? I screamed, startling the Marine guards, while I was eating. Blackbeard, Ziahaha, seriously, you don't know anything. I shouted between laughs while Bartholomew Kuma remained silent. Mihawk, we will face one of the 4 emperors, he said, leaning back in his chair with his feet on the table while his hat covered his face, specifically to Shirohige. Gecko Moria, Kishishishi, it will be a feast of corpses for my army. Doflamingo, hehehehe, I wonder who will win this war. The green-haired man remained silent. He had no other option but to participate in this approaching war. They hadn't told him anything because he was the newest Shishibukai, a position that many pirates would kill for. The green-haired man sighed, trying to rest a little before what was coming. The green-haired boy was calm. According to what he had heard today, it was an execution, but he had noticed a strange pattern. The one who called himself Blackbeard had disappeared, only for the Snake Princess Boa Hancock to arrive shortly after, staring at him with a serious expression as if she were trying to kill him with her gaze. Gentlemen, it's time, we need you at the port, said a Marine at the entrance to the room. Gecko Moria, Shirohige is just a man, but his men are fearsome. We still have 3 hours before the execution. That's right, but we must be prepared for any unforeseen event, the Marine said, looking at the Shishibukai, to signal Kuma to stand up. Doflamingo, you look too anxious, said as Mihawk picked up his sword. You're too insolent, he said, prompting Mihawk to leave without a word. Gecko Moria, I don't like being left behind. I can steal the bodies and shadows of the strongest men. I'm the best suited for this war. He said this only to hear a laugh coming from Doflamingo. Doflamingo, that didn't work for you in the past, or am I wrong? I asked with a mocking smile, following the others after Boa Hancock left without saying a word. The green-haired boy put his thoughts aside, since anything could happen today. The only thing he could do was wait for everything to be over so he could go back to Yuta. On Marineford Island, where the Marine headquarters is located, there is a large city for the families of Marine members who are currently evacuated. Through monitors on the nearby Sabayati archipelago, people are watching as the public execution draws ever closer. Reporters and cameras from all over the world are gathered to deliver the news as quickly as possible. The Marines have lost contact with all patrols that have been sent out. No one has seen Whitebeard yet, and the tension at Marineford is rising. As time passes, only 3 hours remain. Gathered at Marineford were nearly 100,000 elite troops awaiting the great battle. Surrounding the crescent-shaped bay of the entire island were 50 warships. Across the coast were countless cannons, and visible from the shore was the might of the Navy. Waiting are 6 twisted pirates who could decide the outcome of this battle, the Shishibukai. Meanwhile, in the plaza on the execution platform, the central figure of this conflict, the commander of the 2nd Division of Whitebeard, Portgas D. Ace, awaits his fate. And watching him sternly is the major military force of headquarters, the 3 admirals. All imaginable forces of justice await the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, ready to prevent Ace's rescue. The green-haired boy surveyed the entire scene before his eyes and saw only one thing: a bloodbath on both sides, in which neither would emerge victorious. Or perhaps not. Izuku gazed at the pirate about to be executed, wondering what atrocious things he had committed. Or perhaps he was like Luffy and his crew, but he highly doubted it. Luffy was just one among thousands. Izuku just waited for this to start, but then he heard the fleet admiral's voice. Apparently, this was going to begin before Whitebeard pirate even appeared. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.